はい、おはようございます。こんにちは。そしてこんばんは。ジェシーです。まだ無理かまだあかんかいけたか。はい、おはようございます。こんにちは。そしてこんばんは。ジェシーでございます。ちょっとお待ちくださいね。ちょっとだけ待ってください。久々に今日はオリエント急行殺人事件をやっていこうかなと思ってます。ちょっと待ってね。よいしょ。音でかい。オペラブラウザの音がでかい。ちょっと待ってね。もういいって、そういうの。はい、これでいいんか。よいしょ。えー、と、はいし。はい、やっていきましょう。オリエント急行殺人事件。前回ですね、刑事さんも、ちょっとだけ元気が良くなって、意識というか、まあ、眠りから覚めて、協力していこうということになったんですけれども、これまでの、その、この事件に至るね、発端の部分を、掘り起こすみたいなことをね、できるようになってたんですけど、なんだかちょっときな臭い感じになってきて、たくさんの人の関与があるんじゃないのかなという。ミスター・ミシェル。ちょっと待ってね。はい。
All that snow. Are you familiar with the concept of entropy, Monsieur McQueen?
Oh, Mr. Poirot, I didn't see you. Entropy? Randomness in a system or something?
Yes, unpredictability. Even the best laid plans can go astray, thanks to something as simple as
An unexpected passenger?
perhaps, or snow.
Do you have more questions for me?
No, not this time, Monsieur McQueen. Not this time.
Are you all right, Mr. Poirot? And Ms. Locke? Has she had symptoms again?
I didn't mean to disturb you, Doctor. Everything progresses satisfactorily. Book is a collector, and not surprisingly, he collects trains. Book is...
機嫌はなしか。 どこが自分の部屋やったか忘れてもうてるよな。なんか意味あんねやろな、この窓見るのもな。あんまりなんか
I have nothing to ask them at the moment. Should leave them alone.
物語には関係してけえへんけど、後々なんか関係してくんねやろな。
Good evening, Fräulein Schmidt. May I disturb you
シュミッ
for
ト
a
さん。
moment?
You asked so politely, mein Herr, but I do not think I have a choice.
I wanted to let you know that your roommate, Mademoiselle Locke, is awake.
Ah, yes, I'm glad to hear that. I was worried about her. Did she tell you what had happened to her?
Unfortunately, she doesn't remember much, but we found a residue of a sleeping pill in her cup of tea. Since you two were alone together in your room when she drank it, who else but you could have dragged her?
Must I point out I do not make the tea on this train? You should question the conductor or the kitchen staff.
Mademoiselle Locke could have died. Whoever drugged her must not feel any empathy for their fellow human beings, given the dose that Mademoiselle Locke ingested. She was close to death.
Oh my God. What did I do? I didn't want to hurt her. Just have her sleep for a few hours while we had time.
We? Time for what? Time for what, Madame Schmidt?
You think I feel nothing? Nothing? That poor little girl.
Indeed, that poor little girl. Fräulein Schmidt is somehow connected
なるほど。
to the Armstrong case. No.
の。
That was easy.
手安いものだ。
Fräulein Schmidt, I have a certain reputation for sniffing out.
I am not a murderer.
Forgive me, but I was going to say brilliant chefs. You were the Armstrong family's cook, were you not?
Yes. I was the cook of that lovely, lovely family. I'm sorry, but I must ask you to give me some time to collect myself. It wasn't supposed to be like this. My darling, my poor darling child.
I will give you that time, Fräulein. You have given me much more in exchange. I must check in with my other suspects to make certain I have all the pieces of the puzzle in my possession.
やばいな、だんだん。
Can I get you something, Monsieur Poirot? Everyone is so tense.
An aperitif soon, Monsieur Fauchet, with pleasure, when the matter is resolved.
なんかもうクライマックスやでな。
Jean, you've mixed everything up again. Oh, I can't find the coffee liqueur for tonight's dessert. Jean, you've mixed everything up again. Oh, I can't find the coffee liqueur for tonight's dessert.
You're right, Mr. Book. This dessert is delicious. I'm glad we didn't wait for dinner.
I promise the entrée will be superb as well.
Detective Locke, you are recovering well, I see.
Yes, I should be helping with the investigation. Do you know who drugged me?
It is early yet for conclusions. When I return, then we shall see.
Do not worry, Poirot. She is in good hands. Hotaru, Freya, and yours truly are looking after her.
いやもう クライマックスに近づいてきていることはもう間違いないよね。
Not now. Not now. I have a dinner to prepare. Would you interrupt Michelangelo or Da Vinci?
乗客全員が犯人だ。車掌までもが動機は明らかだ。もうでも終わりに近いなマジで。
Good evening, Michel. Am I bothering you? You seem stressed.
With everything that's going on, I must admit it's difficult to be relaxed.
Of course, I understand. Especially since we know that Detective Locke's tea was drugged before it was served to her.
Detective?
Come now, Michel. Surely you would have taken the opportunity to search her things and found her badge. Luckily, she woke up and was finally able to tell us her story.
Otaru boiled the water, Jean made the tea. I just brought it. Sir, it could have been any of the staff.
Your defense is to accuse others? You have a network connection?
No, unfortunately. It's just an automatic reminder to pay my rent. I always forget, and my landlord complains.
Pierre Michel had to be involved in the murder. The drugged tea, his post at the end of the hall, and now I know why I know more than one of those people on the screen. Think, Poirot.
間
That
違っ
is
てる
not
ぞ。
a good answer. This is wrong. But I'm
ピエール・
never
ミシェ
far
ル。
from
名前とかはあんまり覚えてないな。
fantastic.
ファンタスティック。スザンの
Brilliant.
冴えてるな。
This is wrong. But I'm never far from the truth. Right. I'm right
エ
again.
ベワラ。
That happens
エベ
to
ワラ
me
ちゃ
a
うん
lot.
か。
You are the father of Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's nanny. My condolences on the death of your wife.
What? But my wife...
Enough lies. Suzanne does not bear your name.
No. Suzanne's mother and I were divorced. Suzanne kept her mother's name.
My most sincere condolences, monsieur, on the deaths of Suzanne and your wife.
This job, I loved them, but I was never there for them. Then, a year after the divorce, Solange became ill. Suzanne took her to this special hospital in the US. Got that job as Daisy's nanny.
I understand your pain, and the reason that led you to drug Detective Locke.
We really can't hide anything from you, can we?
Many have been foolish enough to try and keep the truth from Hercule Poirot.
Yes, I admit, I drugged the tea. But it was only to keep her quiet until I could... But she reacted so much to the sleeping pills.
She was lucky, as are you, that she didn't die. There was one more thing that puzzled me, but I think I understand now. You have a certain fondness for Monsieur Ardman, no?
Cyrus is a good friend, and I appreciate him a lot, but it's not that. Cyrus was my daughter's fiancé. I almost consider Cyrus as my own son.
Of
そうで
course.
しょう。いろいろ
Much
明
more
らかに
is
なりまし
clear
た。
now. I have been patient long enough. It is time to go and see what all the commotion is next door.
I have told you everything I can.
Monsieur Hardman, excellent. The gods who watch over detectives must have trapped you here.
Why didn't they watch over me? I'm a detective too. I was talking to Michelle about a leaky faucet, and I wanted to go out, but you showed up.
No need to invent some preposterous story.
But really,
Michel has told me everything. You are the fiancé of Suzanne Moreau, his daughter.
Oh,
なるほど。
Surely this is not a big surprise to you.
no. Suzanne was the only woman I ever loved. And I failed her. I got into a spat. It was nothing, but I was too proud to apologize. We weren't speaking at all. Suzanne never really cared for that guy, Noah. She would have forgiven me. If only. If only.
If only. A common refrain between lovers who quarrel. Obviously, Pierre Michel and Fräulein Schmidt both drugged Detective Locke's tea, causing... the overdose. No wonder she had so much trouble waking up. Time to report my findings to her and book. I wonder if our master chef gets his recipes from a game.
なるほど。ゴールは近いな。
トールさん、うちの神さんがね、私にこう言うんですよ。
So, my friend, tell me, you have something new?
Mademoiselle Locke, I know who drugged you. Fräulein Schmidt and our conductor Pierre Michel both admitted putting sleeping pills into your tea. This explains your overdose. They are relieved you are recovering.
Michel drugged a passenger? On behalf of the company, I offer my
トールさん、
apologies to you,
ツッコめや。
Michel will answer for this outrage.
Both of them? I was pretty sure about Fräulein Schmidt, but I admit that I did not suspect the conductor.
I have uncovered multiple connections with the Armstrong case. Pierre Michel is the father of Suzanne Moreau, little Daisy's nanny, and Monsieur Hardman was Suzanne's fiancé. As for Hildegard Schmidt, she was the cook of the Armstrong family. What a coincidence, don't you think?
But it's incredible! What are the odds that so many people linked to that tragic affair ended up on the same train?
About the same as you winning the lottery, my friend.
I wasn't the officer who interviewed Fräulein Schmidt back then, so she couldn't recognize me here on the train. How could they know who I was?
There were other passengers who might have. Or she may have seen you when you visited the Armstrong home. It is now clear to me that some of the clues to this elaborate plot were staged for my benefit.
トールさん、虫ですか？
めっちゃ喋ってんのにマイク抜けかけてました。ごめんなさい。無視してないよ。はい、小手さんいらっしゃい。ゆっくりしてね。ごめんなさい。マイクが抜けかけてました。最近ね、なんかめっちゃ抜けやすいんですよ。めっちゃ喋ってたんですよ。うちのかみさんがね、私にこう言うんですよの続きを待ってたんですよ。めっちゃ続きを待ってたんですよ。待ってて、続きがけえへんことに、ちょっとなんていうんですか、驚いとったんですよ。普通にマイク反応してへんかったのに気づくべきやったな。全然マイク動いてへんかった。ごめんなさい。小手さんいらっしゃい。ゆっくりしていってね。
トールさん、言い訳はいらん。
すいませんでした。すいませんでした。マイクが抜けかけてました。本当にすいません。
I must admit I'm not right this time. That's the right answer. Some clues and information collected so far could lead to a hypothesis. The murderer boarded the train in Vinkovsky, killed Ratchet, and then left the train immediately.
How did you come to that possibility?
Monsieur Hardman told me about a short man with a high-pitched voice who threatened Ratchet. Imagine for a moment that this man, wearing a wagon-lit conductor's jacket, killed him while Michel was on the platform at Vinkovsky. This murderer then hid the conductor's jacket in detective
刑事コロンボはいないです。コロンボはいないです。このポアロという探偵の物語ですよね。で、今、俺の目の前の、右手側にいた女性の方は一応警察官だったんですけど、ミスリードであった出来事を再構築しよう。
トールさん、じゃ古畑さんもいないのか。
古畑任三郎のモノマネとかやったことないからめっちゃ難しいよ。あなたあれですよねみたいなやつやな。あなたが殺してしまいましたみたいな。こうか。
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
こうやな。
トールさん、違うね。大きく違うね。
大きく違うね。
I must admit I'm not right this time.
これは多分合ってるよな。
I do not think that's the right answer.
こうか。
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
これが先か。
トールさん、殺人現場を探偵に任せるとか警察は何してんの？
何してんでしょうね。こうか。
This is wrong. But I'm never far from the truth. That is not a good answer.
いや、わからんな。
トールさん、もうちまちま推理してるよりこの列車こと焼き払おうぜ。
いや、それはダメでしょ。殺人犯は列車が止まり、そしてミスター・ミッシェルがプラットフォームに降りたというタイミングを利用して、列車に乗り込み、車掌になりすました。あ、これが一番最後やな、ほんだら。こういうことやな。
I do not think that's
あ、
the right answer.
じゃあさっき殺さなあかん。殺しがあって、こうや。なるほど。
My little gray cells.
Mon Dieu! Oui! That must be it! Everything fits so well!
It fits too well, my friend. Other clues lead to a second hypothesis, much more plausible. That's the right answer. So, we have multiple murderers, all related to the Armstrong case. The murderer from Vinkovsky was a fabrication to turn suspicion away from those on the train. They expected the investigation to be led by some small-town official who could easily be misled.
Mr. Poirot?
Detective Locke, forgive me. You are an obvious exception. You tracked Ratchet with the tenacity of a bloodhound. Unfortunately for the killers, they not only had you to deal with, but now they had, and I say this with all modesty, the world's greatest detective, Hercule Poirot, dropped into the midst of their
めっちゃ
meticulous...
自分あげるやん。
Multiple murderers? Multiple detectives? Poirot, please take pity on me. Who is linked to this case and who is not?
My poor friend, I have gone speeding out of the station without you. I will continue.
Hard もやろ。これやろ。ピエール1234567あとラチェットとあと一人やな。オーケー一発正解。いいね。冴えてるね。冴えてるね。
Caroline Schmidt, Pierre Michel, Monsieur Hardman, and Monsieur McQueen are all linked to the Armstrong case. I also know that Sonia Armstrong's sister and godmother, Countess Andreni and Princess Dragomirov, are on this train. And finally, Detective Locke
トールさん、
discovered
当てずっ
that
ぽうです
いや当てずっぽうじゃないですよ。当てずっぽうじゃなく推理の結果を当てはめていったんですよ。ちゃんと。
The 12 passengers in that coach. 9 have a connection with the Armstrong case. What next, Poirot? Or should I say, who next?
it is time to summon everyone.
Everyone? Even Dr. Constantine? The train crew other than Michel?
Dr. Constantine, yes. I will need him. But we don't want the
トー
others
ルさん、
as
無理するな
I
よ
see。that their
無理はしてない。無理はしてない。大丈夫ですよ。
Excellent.
冴えてますよ。
I
大丈夫です
always
よ。
thought this moment in a case is much like Rodin unveiling the thinker before a captivated audience. A work of art. Have you not felt that way, detective?
No, Mr. Poirot. I'm happy just to slap the cuffs on him.
Well, there is some artistry in that as well, I suppose.
Where would you like the unveiling, Poirot? The lounge?
Perfect.
I will gather all the passengers in the lounge.
クライマックスですね。いよいよ止まったままの列車はクライマックスを迎えますね。ラウンジか、この隣やな、確かな。
トールさん、一流の探偵って何が必要か知ってるか？
そらハードボイルドさですよ。ハードボイルドさですよ。もうそれしかないですよ。探偵なんてそれだけしかいらんぐらいありますよ。
Jean, you've mixed everything up again. Oh, I can't find the coffee liqueur for tonight's dessert.
ここラウンジじゃなかったっけ？あ、来ましたね、食堂車。さあ集まりましたね。
トールさん、俺的にはそれで正解なんだが。
せやろ、せやろ、これ正解やろ。
Yes, they are.
ハードボイルド、ハードボイルドさですよ。
Ladies and gentlemen,
Ladies and
you
gentlemen,
to hear my reconstruction of the murder of Samuel Edward Ratchet, also known as Cassetti. There is not one, but two possible solutions of the crime. I shall put them both before you, and I shall ask Monsieur Book and Dr. Constantine here to judge which solution is the correct one.
2 solutions?
Mr. Poirot, I am hardly qualified.
Nevertheless, your assistance is required. Now, you all know the facts of the case. Ratchet was found stabbed to death this morning. He was last known to be alive.
トールさん、犯人を見つける推理力、張り込みの忍耐力、犯人を追い詰めた時の戦闘力。
なるほど。
トールさん、どれものだ。
どれもノーだ。
Dr. Constantine, who examined the body, puts the time of death as having occurred between midnight and 2 in the morning. At half an hour after midnight, as you all know, the train ran into a snowdrift. After that time, it was impossible for anyone to leave the train. So, here is my first theory. The enemy, as Ratchet expected, joined the train at Vinkovsky by the door left open by Captain Arbuthnot and Monsieur McQueen, who had just descended to the platform. He was equipped with a wagon-lit jacket, which he wore over his ordinary clothes, and a pass key which enabled him to gain access to Ratchet's compartment in spite of the doors being locked. Ratchet was under the influence of a sleeping draft. This man stabbed him with great ferocity, a dozen wounds in all. He left the
トールさん、必要なのは探偵というマイナーな仕事に依頼を持ってこさせる力なのだよ。
まあ確かに、それは大事よね。まあ、コネクションというかね、人脈も必要よね。カリスマ力とかね。
Without knowing it, he lost a button of his uniform. Then he slipped out of the compartment and along the corridor. He put the uniform jacket into Detective Locke's suitcase to cast suspicion on her. And a few minutes later, dressed in his ordinary clothes, he left the train just before it started off again, using the same means for egress, the door near the dining car.
酒丼亭よっぱさんよ。
お、よっぱさんいらっしゃい。ゆっくりしててね。
That is the first hypothesis.
ポワロです。
But there's a second. For that, we must examine the motive for the crime. Why was Ratchet killed? The motive is clear. Revenge, of course.
トールさん、大概が浮気調査や人探し、それすら仕事が来るのが難しい職業だ。
そうよね。なんか探偵さんに聞いたら大体猫探しの依頼とかも多いらしいね。なんかペット探しの依頼とか。しょうもないでな、そんなん。
Since the kidnapping and death of little Daisy Armstrong, which traumatized many people close to the family, even when the police concluded that it was Suzanne Moreau, questions remained. Detective Locke continued her investigation, as did others. They became convinced the truth lay elsewhere. We now know who the real murderer of Daisy is.
デイジーを殺したのはラチェ
It
ッ
is clear now that Daisy's killer was Ratchet, also known as Cassetti and Michael Clark and how many other names. But of course, many of you have known this for a long time. It is
トールさん、
obvious
大体不良刑事の首後の職業。
Dr. Constantine's
まあまあそんなところでしょうね。
Some stab wounds appeared to have been caused by a right-handed attacker. Others indicated the knife wielder was left-handed. Some wounds were deep, more than one fatal. Yet others were not much more than mere scratches. What can explain these discrepancies? This leads us to an obvious conclusion. They are symbolic. Mom, now, Poirot. Daisy was 3
まあ
years
ポアロ
old.
デイジーは3歳なんだよ。
12 stabs.
トールさん、人探し。
Same number
あとは
as a
察しろ。
trial jury
人探し、
in
あと
the
察しろ。
United States. But not just a jury of 12 members condemning him to death, but 12 executioners as well. This self-appointed jury had meticulously planned for everything except
Snow.
snow. The avalanche that stopped us, as well as the presence of not one but two detectives
トー
on
ルさん、
the train.
依頼相手は反射が多いみたいだしな。
ああ、なるほどね。まあそんなんあるでしょうね。
The time on Ratchet's broken watch was deliberately set to conceal the true time of the crime. The conductor's jacket, found in Detective Locke's suitcase, was put there only to cast suspicion upon her. The vial of vaping liquid incriminated Captain Arbuthnot. However, he had a solid alibi confirmed by Monsieur McQueen. Impossible then to suspect him. This woman in a red kimono does not exist. I don't know which of the passengers it was. It does not really matter. It was just a performance, a charade to introduce another possible culprit to muddy the water. All these false leads were intended for me. But I am Poirot. I understood the truth. We have a train full of suspects. It's time to identify who the real culprits are. Let's start with
トール
Detective
さん、
Locke.
ハードボイルド探偵。夢見てんじゃねえ。
夢見てんじゃねえ。いや、もうやっぱりハードボイルドですよ。
Planting the conductor's jacket in her suitcase was an attempt to implicate Detective Locke, but she couldn't fake her drugged condition. Dr. Constantine can testify that the
トールさん、
drugged
まあ好きだけどな。
いやもうやっぱね、ハードボイルド探偵っていうのはもう
two relapses.
しびれますよね。
Let us move on
コー
to
ヒー飲んで
Monsieur
くからっ
McQueen.
つって。
When I told him about Cassetti, he looked very surprised that I managed to make the connection between him and the Armstrong case. He told me, "But I thought we had..." I think he meant You thought you didn't leave any real clues linking the murder to the Armstrong kidnapping. Moreover, you insisted that Ratchet did not speak French when you knew I had heard a voice calling out in French that was supposed to be Ratchet.
トールさん、スパルタン X のサモハンが憧れてたのと一緒じゃねえか。
I do not think that's the right
スパルタン X のサモハン。
You took some pleasure in leaving me false clues, I think. It was quite annoying. But you told me yourself that your father was the district attorney who handled the Armstrong case.
The case haunted my father. At first, he believed Suzanne Moreau had helped her boyfriend, Noah, to kidnap Daisy, even though there were questions that went unanswered, and a young policewoman refused to let it go, continuing to find discrepancies, but it was never enough to reopen the official investigation.
That police woman sits there. Her name is Joanna Locke.
Then tell him. Tell him how in the end my father believed you, how he resigned a job that he loved, racked with guilt that he may have let that monster go free. He died young, broken, his faith in justice broken. That's what Ratchet did to him.
Thank you for your honesty, Monsieur McQueen. Your father is one more victim of the man who called himself Ratchet. Now, I will turn to Ratchet's valet, Monsieur Masterman.
Masterman.
Ratchet sensed danger close to him and naturally wanted to stay awake. You gave him sleeping pills without his knowledge. Once he was sound asleep, you could do what you had to do in peace.
Sir, I'll tell you the truth. I was Colonel Armstrong's adjutant in the war, sir. And afterwards,
せやけどエグいな。ほぼ全員が犯人ってやばいよな。この事件な。
very wrong of me, sir, but I knew how suspicious it would look.
Is that all you have to say?
That's all, sir.
Now, to leave no suspicious stone unturned, let us move on to Monsieur Book.
What? Me?
私疑い刺した。お前も刺したんや。ブークが心臓麻痺を起こす。こいつは刺してへんねんな。ヒゲおじさん。
トールさん、このヒゲのおっさんが怪しいな。
Book, my friend, of course.
このヒゲのおじさん。ヒゲのおじさん探偵や。
Everything you could to get me on this train. What madness would cause you to ensure and I speak.
卒シーンで言わしてもらってる中に自分を世界一って入れるのがエグいよな。
To witness your crime.
But doesn't our friendship count as well?
Most assuredly, but a murderer can wear all sorts of masks, including friendship. Let us consider our ever-efficient wagon-lit conductor, Pierre Michel.
刺した。お前は刺した。
Your admission that you drugged Detective Locke immediately incriminates you, but the murder could not have been possible without your very capable assistance. Your knowledge of train procedures made the murder possible, and your position in the corridor of the train allowed you to be the perfect alibi for several passengers. And your motive? Suzanne Moreau, Daisy Armstrong's poor nanny, who was wrongly accused and committed suicide.
トールさん、探偵本人だって容疑者なのにね、上から話すよね。
まあね、かなりあれよね、自分は大丈夫的な感じで言うけど、自分も怪しいよね。でもう一人探偵が乗ってんねん。
Monsieur Hardman, I think you are a real detective, but you were never hired by Ratchet. Your alibi was that you were watching the corridor to protect Ratchet, which, of course, you never did. You protected Pierre Michel. However, we just saw that his alibi doesn't hold up, so neither does yours.
I don't know about the conductor.
Being Suzanne's fiancé, you had a substantial motive to punish Ratchet. You used your detective skills, just as Detective Locke did, to hunt him down and finally avenge the death of your beloved.
That's right, Mr. Poirot. I do have some detective skills.
I never doubted it. Now, Fraulein Schmidt, the lady's maid with the soul of a cook. Fraulein Schmidt, you told me of your remorse for drugging Detective Locke. I believe you are sincere. However, as the cook of the Armstrong family, you experienced the drama from within. The death of Daisy, then Sonia Armstrong, who died in childbirth, and finally, Suzanne and John Armstrong.
So much misfortune in that poor family. The death of this criminal is only justice.
Only justice.
Let us move on to Countess Andreni.
英語のそういう表現いいよな。
earnestness of her husband when he swore to me solemnly on his honor that his wife never left her compartment that night. Should I believe it? Even if it seems logical, it's more complicated than that. I believe Countess Andreni. On the contrary, this fact
それどころか
gives her
この事実によ
a
り
motive
殺
for
人の
murder.
動機が生じてしまう。
トールさん、自分のアリバイは証明しないずるい探偵。
ずるい探偵。探偵はずるいよね。
Every reason in the world to want to avenge her, but you were incapable of stabbing someone, even after what he had done to you and your family. The night of the crime, you simply took a sleeping pill. I appreciate the irony that nearby, Detective Locke was also in a drugged sleep. When you awoke, you thought the nightmare was over.
Rudolph?
Hush, my love. Hush.
Excellent transition. I was coming to you,
トールさん、そもそも話術で自分に矛先を向けないように誘導してる。
まあそういう見方もできるね。
トールさん、こいつが一番怪しい。
12 people.
一番怪しい。
This was very important to all of you. If Countess Andreni did not stab Ratchet, someone had to take her place. And you, Count, the beloved husband. I've seen how fiercely you love and protect your wife.
Enough! I would do anything for Helena. Anything. Even that.
Yes, even
トールさん、ヒゲも怪しい。
Monsieur
ヒゲも怪しい。
Detective Locke found out that you were the Armstrong chauffeur and that you planned to travel on the same train at the same time as Ratchet. That is what made her decide to obtain a ticket as well. Unfortunately, she could not prevent the murder. Have you lost your tongue, Mr. Foscarelli?
Oh, Daisy. She was the delight of the house. Tonio, she called me. And
Tonio.
she would sit in the car and pretend to drive me.
And you, Mademoiselle Olson, a champion for the immigrants, a worthy calling. Admittedly, she lied to me about Mademoiselle Debenham's schedule. But one lie does not convict her. Mademoiselle Olsen, you supported Madame Hubbard's story about her connecting door latch, a story that I later demonstrated to be impossible. So, you deliberately lied to me, and you also lied about Mademoiselle Debenham's whereabouts.
Enough! I can't take this anymore. I know what you want from me, Mr. Poirot. Very well. Here it is.
デイジーは天使のようでした。
Daisy, my angel, so patient. When I patched a scrape or took her temperature, that was my job. But she was so much more to me. She was a shining light in an ever-darkening world. I've tried to honor her by caring for children who have lost everything.
Thank you, Mademoiselle Olsen. You too shed light on your part in this mystery. You were Daisy Armstrong's nurse. I will ask you no more questions. It is enough that you have admitted what I know to be the truth, and I understand. Let's move on. Dr. Constantine.
You suspect me? I know none of these people. I didn't know Ratchet either, and I've taken a solemn oath to help people, not murder them.
It's true that doctors take the Hippocratic oath.
そんな簡単じゃないねんな。
It's not enough to exonerate Dr. Constantine. You are one of the few people in this room not to have any connection with the Armstrong case. Moreover, your alibi is confirmed by Monsieur Book, whom I would trust with my life.
That is...
友よ、嬉しい言葉をありがとう。
We now come to Mademoiselle Debenham and Captain Arbuthnot, whose relationship was not in doubt from the moment I inspected your room at the hotel.
You have a bloody
いい
nerve.
度胸だな。
Indeed, I do.
We're getting married.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
I'd rather talk about your relationship to John Armstrong. My little grey cells did not let me down. Captain Arbuthnot, you served in the army with John Armstrong. What I don't understand is why a man your age is still a captain. One might expect you to be a colonel as well.
Ever fought in a war, Poirot?
It was war that first brought me to England.
Then you know what it's like. There's a shattering sound, and death, and mistakes, acting on intelligence that proved to be wrong. I sent a patrol to their death. Good men, brave men, wasted. John testified on my behalf at a court-martial. I'm not a colonel. I don't deserve to be, you bloody fool. But I'm also not in prison. John remained my best friend until... There, you have my story. Understand now?
Archie, calm down, please.
You're right, Mary. What you see in me, I don't understand.
Oh, Archie, I see in you what John saw.
Miss Debenham, I'm sorry.
My turn, is it?
I'm afraid so. And you have caused me quite a puzzlement. Your connection with the Armstrong family was not obvious. Then I remembered the job you currently hold. I do not
間
think
違ってい
that's
る
the
よう
right
な気がする。家庭教師か。
That's the right answer. You were the teacher of... No, she was the teacher of Countess Andrény. You were the teacher of Helena Andrény, whose maiden name was Helena Goldenberg before she married Count Andrény.
Yes, absolutely. Why lie to you? She was an excellent student.
Captain Arbuthnot. No, his vial found at the crime scene was a decoy. You had one of the strongest alibis, thanks to Mr. McQueen. But his testimony melted like a snowflake. There went your alibi. Poof! Unless you have another one. As for you, Mademoiselle Debenham, Mademoiselle Olsen was the only one who could confirm your alibi. I think you know where you stand.
Very good, Mr. Poirot. Are you satisfied?
I will be, soon. Now I must turn to Sonia Armstrong's godmother, Princess Dragomirov.
Princess Dragomirov.
Princess Dragomirov, you weren't on my list of suspects at the start, given your social position.
I left my social position in a cold country.
Do you object to being addressed as princess?
I deny people the opportunity. It makes a good story to tell their friends. It also guarantees a good table in the best restaurants.
Princess, there is also, forgive me, your extreme physical fragility.
It does not stop me when I must be strong.
Indeed. Of more importance, though, is the fact that you're the only left-handed person on the train. And the single blow to Ratchet from a left-handed person was very, forgive me, weak. Finally, I'm afraid I know the alibi that you shared with Fraulein Schmidt is false.
You have been very thorough, sir. I hope you will permit me to say we are much alike.
I am honored. Now it is time to end with Mrs. Hubbard, or should I say, Linda Arden.
Arden.
If Princess Dragomirov hadn't told me about her relationship with this famous actress, I might not have made the connection. But you are a great actress, madame. Your performance as a flighty, self-involved woman was superb. I never would have guessed something entirely different. As for what ties you to the Armstrong family, it is obvious. I'm right again. That happened to me.
Abevara.
Mrs. Hubbard, you are the mother of Sonia Armstrong and Mrs. Andreni. Madame Hubbard, you really are a remarkable actress. You put so much effort into your character and into staging the murder. I saw it as a perfect mosaic, each person playing his or her allotted part. So carefully arranged that if suspicion should fall on any one person, the evidence of one or more of the others would clear the accused person and confuse the issue. Everything was meticulously planned. But you hadn't expected that Detective Locke and I would be on this train, and the avalanche would block it on the night of the murder. You had to improvise. But again, improvisation would be another of your skills as an actress. So, you came up with the story that the latch on the door that communicated with Ratchet's compartment was hidden by the handbag.
I always fancied myself in comedy parts. That slip about the sponge bag was silly. Shows you should always rehearse properly. You know all about it, Mr. Poirot. You're a very wonderful man, but even you can't quite imagine what it was like that awful day, I was just crazy with grief. So were the servants. We decided then and there that the sentence of death that Ratchet had escaped had got to be carried out. There were 12 of us, or rather 11. Suzanne's father was over in France, of course. First, we thought we'd draw lots as to who should do it, but in the end we decided on this way. It was the driver, Antonio, who suggested it. Mary worked out all the details later with Hector McQueen. It took a long time to perfect our plan. We first had to track Ratchet down. Hardman managed that in the end. Then we had to try and get Edward and Hector into his employment. Well, we managed that. Then we had a consultation with Suzanne's father. Captain Arbuthnot was very keen on having 12 of us. He seemed to think it made it more orderly. He didn't like the stabbing idea much, but he agreed that it did solve most of our difficulties. Well, Suzanne's father was willing. Suzanne had been his only child. We knew from Hector that Ratchet would be coming back from the east, sooner or later, by the Orient Express. With Pierre Michel actually working on that train, the chance was too good to be missed. My daughter's husband had to know, of course, and he insisted on coming on the train with her. Hector wrangled it so that Ratchet selected the right day for traveling when Michel would be on duty. And then, at the last minute, you came. For the rest of the story, you worked out everything, Mr. Poirot. You were right about all of us. What are you going to do about it? If it must all come out, can't you lay the blame upon me, and me only? I would have stabbed that man 12 times willingly. It wasn't only that he was responsible for my daughter's death, and her child's, and that of the other child, who might have been alive and happy now. It was more than that. There had been other children kidnapped before Daisy, and there might be others in the future. Society had condemned him. We were only carrying out the sentence, but it's unnecessary to bring
デイジーだけじゃなかったんや、誘拐されてた子は。
faithful souls.
なんと痛ましい事件や。
You are a director of the company, Monsieur Book. What do you say?
In my opinion, Poirot, the first theory you put forward was the correct one. Decidedly so. I suggest that that is the solution we offer to the police. You agree, Doctor?
Certainly, I agree. As regards the medical evidence, I think that I made one or two fantastic suggestions.
Then, having placed my solution
なるほど。
before you, I have the honor to retire from the case.
解決したけど、結局はもうみんな犯人じゃないように仕向けてあげたんやね。でもそれがほんまに正しいんかどうかわからんけどな。これで解決ですね。
トールさん、あれ終わり？
終わりですね。これで、これにて一件落着といったところですね。
I'm sorry to wake you up in the middle of the night, Poirot, but it couldn't wait. There was a detail that bothered me in my preliminary autopsy of Ratchet's body. I went back to examine the body and I discovered a wound covered by another. The blow I hadn't seen was delivered by a thinner, sharper blade. So there were not 12, but 13 stab wounds.
12 stabs for 12 jurors. It doesn't work with 13 wounds. The symmetry is destroyed.
It can't be one of the culprits who stabbed him twice?
Doctor, a different knife was used.
トールさん、犯人ヒゲじゃなかったんか。
犯人ヒゲじゃなかったね。
Some way, there is a 13th
13人目の殺人犯が。
We must tell Book. The case is not solved.
まだ解決していない。
Please come in. Ah, Book. I see we are moving at last.
Yes. The way was finally cleared while we slept. If all goes well, We will arrive in Venice this evening. The train will be there for several hours for refueling and reprovisioning. What do we do with the 13th murderer? Do you have a lead?
I thought about it. There is one clue that was left aside in my investigation. The diary I found in Ratchet's safe mentioned an appointment in Venice. Someone with the initials AW. He will never keep the appointment. But there should be enough time. I must try to keep that appointment for him. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. I must admit I'm not right this time. No.
No. わかるかそんなもん。18日に誰かと会う予定だった10時。10時。ドルルルン。
I'm right again. That happens to... I think we should let Ratchet rest in peace. I don't have time for small talk.
Doctor. 101号室。おらんやん。
How would it look to the police if I asked a suspected murderer for help? I don't have time for small talk. How would it look to the police if I asked...
ようでもこんな電車の中に乗れるでな。殺人の容疑者だらけやったら口封じに殺されたっておかしないでな。
Doctor, a moment. Have you made arrangements for Ratchet's body?
Yes, it will be collected by the Italian authorities when we reach Venice. The autopsy will be performed there. However, there is something odd.
Oh?
Since the train is French, jurisdiction must be shared. When I told them you were already on the scene, they have both agreed to support your investigation until we reach Paris. Ratchet's compartment will be sealed until we arrive there. All of those who conspired to kill Ratchet are to be confined to the train until then as well.
So, thanks to you, I am the rope in a tug-of-war between two countries.
Oh, but I thought you would want to be in charge. And isn't it odd we continue on our journey with a trainload of people that police consider potential murderers?
Calm yourself, Doctor. It is not the first time I find myself in the middle. And, to be honest, I welcome the chance to see this case through. It is fast becoming one of the most challenging of my career. Would you be able to accompany me to Venice to follow a lead?
I'm honored you asked me, my friend. I would have loved to help you. But I have to manage the situation here. I must make sure no one gets off the train in Venice. And that Ratchet's body is transferred.
So, my dear book, how does our journey progress?
We are well on our way to Venice. All of our passengers are locked in their rooms by order of the authorities. I watch them when they want to stretch their legs, like the captain there behind you.
I see that you have the situation well in hand. Mademoiselle Locke, you are clearly an excellent police officer. Could you accompany me to Venice for an investigation into Ratchet's activities? There is much we still need to know.
Well, yes. It would be an honor to work with you. And I'm glad you trust me. What do you have in mind?
There was a notation in Ratchet's appointment book. He had an appointment.
With who?
There were only the initials A.W. They were to meet at 10 o'clock at the Fontana dei Conigli. I want to know who Ratchet was meeting and why.
But you've already discovered the 12 conspirators.
Unfortunately, the case is not complete. Dr. Constantine has discovered the presence of a 13th stab wound.
One of them could have stabbed him twice.
The wound was made with another, finer blade. Why would one of them have used 2 knives? Did they want to confess they killed him more than the others? And if so, why bother to deny it when they have already confessed? No, it makes no sense. And I do not close a case until all questions have been answered. You, of all people, must understand this.
You're right. I do understand. I'll help you.
Thank you. Together, we will uncover the truth. We will arrive in a few hours. Take the opportunity to rest.
I slept well last night. No more effects of the drug.
Excellent. Then be prepared when we reach Venice. We have another mystery to solve.
Mystery.相棒が見つかりましたね。
This is the 3rd embarking dock, and no gondoliers available at all. With Carnival, you can't find a gondolier to cross that damn canal. They're all booked. The worst thing is that the fountain is just across this canal. We're almost there.
I see a gondolier just over there. Show me how an American detective would handle this.
Every carnival, my friends and I mask. And every carnival, we lose one another.
Ancora una volta sono dalla parte
何喋ってるか分からへん。何喋ってんねん。
Sorry, I don't speak Italian.
何喋ってらっしゃるのかが分からないよ。あいつか。
Hi there. We'd like to cross the canal, please.
There is a bridge about a kilometer down the canal.
Please. According to the map, the Fontana dei Conigli is just across the canal here.
No, I, Gabriele, cannot help you.
Gabriele.
I'm sorry.
We'll miss the 10 o'clock rendezvous if we try to get through this crowd, and have to walk a kilometer in both directions. Why is he refusing to take us across? He looks upset. I should try to find out why. If it's a matter of price, I'm sure we can work it out.
Money? Money won't help me now.
His problem isn't money. What is it then? If it's a matter of price, his problem isn't... Ah, what a sham. A beautiful bouquet crushed by revelers.
I am sure this little problem will pose no challenge to you.
あ、なんか書いてたな。
Bella Chiara, the beautiful Chiara. A beautiful name for a beautiful
Bella
gondola.
Chiara.
Come on, Joanna. It's a rookie
じゃあ
mistake.
な、新米刑事みたいなミスしないで。
Good. Nice. Score. One for the.
なんかしょうもない理由やな、おい。
I'm sorry you had a fight with Kiara.
What? How did you know?
I'm a detective. I'd like to help, if I can.
If you have a spare engagement ring, detective, I'll take it.
Ah, I see. You lost the engagement ring you were planning to give Kiara?
Lost? It is worse than that. I threw it away in the canal. I bitterly regret this gesture. I now find myself without a girlfriend and without a ring.
If we find the ring, maybe the gondolier will take us across.
You are right. There is not much time. I will help you.
指輪。じっとしてんと探せよ、お前。
It's impossible to find a gondolier during carnival.
"何笑てんねん。何がおもろいんや。こんなん運河の中とかやったら無理やろ、そんな。
Every carnival.
こっちには何もないか。指輪を探せば乗せてくれるとは言うても。
Ancora una...
Sorry. I know someone who'll be happy. I know someone who'll
そ
be
ん
happy.
なそんなことある？そんなんある？そんなんでええの？そんなことってあるの？めっちゃ単純やん。しかもポアロ何もしてへんやんけ、こいつ。
Excuse me. I believe I have something that belongs to you.
Mamma mia, grazie mille, signorina.
Mamma mia!
Win my Chiara's heart again. I know it.
どうでしょう。
Thank you.
My friend and I need to get to the other side. We have a very important date at the Fontana di Conigli.
Ah, yes. The rabbit fountain. Of
Octavio.
course, I'll take you across. Then I will call Chiara. Hopefully she will forgive me.
I'm sure she will.
Well done, Detective Locke.
お見事、ロック警部。
This district of Venice is very charming. You will love it.
If it's not too much to ask, can you wait for us until we return?
Yes, no worries. I can call Chiara from here. To find the fountain, walk along the quay on the left, then cross the bridge and you are there. You cannot miss it.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Signorina. You have made me the
Signorina.
happiest gondolier in Venice. Do you forgive me?
橋を渡ってここか。噴水。
It's 9:55. The right time in the right place. Now AW just needs to show up.
You made me run, Detective Locke. Poirot does not run. I'll wait, sitting down.
Did you see anyone who could be AW?
No, no one. But who knows what those masks and costumes are hiding?
Did you have an appointment here at the fountain?
Yes, to party.
I have an appointment with you, don't I?
No, dove la tua maschera?
アイスクリーム屋さん。ピザ屋さんばっかりやったな。
I have an appointment with...
No, dove la tua
We have an appointment, I believe?
I don't think so. I've never met you.
いや、あんた誰だあんた誰だ
Did you have an appointment?
Yes, to party.
こいつめっちゃ怪しいやんけ。お前誰や一人で誰を待ってんねやお前は。
Did you have an appointment?
Yes, to party.
お前パーティーのってお前関係ないやんけ。あ、おる。
We have an appointment?
I don't think so.
I don't think so あんた誰だあんた誰だマンばっかりやんけ。お、開くやん。
Nobody. The desk clerk must be asleep, or off partying.
入ることはできないが。
If there's no one to help me, they won't mind if I help myself.
AW
Aziz Wadi. That's the only name that corresponds to the initials AW.
Paziente, non ti ho sentito. Posso aiutarla?
Hello, I'm looking for the Fontana de Canigli. Do you know where it is?
Ah, it's right in front of the hotel. It's easy to recognize because of the rabbits.
Thank you. I had an appointment with someone, but I can't find him. I wondered if he might be staying in your hotel.
I can't help you unless you give me the name.
I have an appointment with Mr. Aziz Wadi. Do you know if he's here?
Well, unfortunately, he left the hotel this morning. He seemed to be in a hurry, but he left a carta. You are?
I'm Mrs. Ratchet.
Mr. Wadi asked me to give the message to the signore, but I suppose this is okay.
どうも監視されているらしい。落ち合う場所を変更する。アリスは噴水のところに座っていました。アリスは白いウサギの像を見ました。突然ウサギが飛び出していったのでアリスはついていきました。またアリスの後を追っていってみましょう。狭い路地を抜けて橋を渡ると2人の男がいました。どちらの帽子の高さが上か言い争っています。アリスは狭い路地に戻り小さな広場に行きました。そこには猫がいてお茶を飲んでいます。いたずら子猫はまた別の路地を走っていきます。アリスは追いかけました。アリスは息を切らせながら大きな広場に着きました。そこにはトランプの兵隊の兵舎がありました。すると兵隊がアリスに向かって行進していきました。アリスは走りに走って鳩場の端に着きました。そこにはゴルゴンの顔がついた大きな扉があります。秘密の合言葉が必要です。それはアリスが今までの道のりで集めたものです。なるほど。猫。確かに猫ずっとおんねんな。
So, mademoiselle, was our mysterious AW here?
No, but I managed to get his name, Aziz Wadi, and a letter he wrote for Ratchet. It seems to be a kind of riddle rhyme.
Let me see. Well, Ratchet and Mr. Wadi must love this book to refer to it so much.
Yes, I think we have to search and find the tracks that this person left for Ratchet to find him.
I think so. Lead the way, Mademoiselle Locke.
アジズワディを見つける。ウサギおったな。あ、白いウサギおった。見つめる路地に行きます。これは何やろな。便所か。橋を渡るとなんかこれを開けなあかんっぽいな。これウサギの道やな。 狭い路地を抜けると、橋ある。で橋を渡ると、2人の男がどちらの方が帽子が高いかを言い争ってるって書いとったな。そんなんないで。これしかも最初のとこちゃうんかこれ。倒れてんねん。白いウサギやろ。当てずっぽじゃあかんな。うさぎの絵。狭い路地を抜けて橋を渡ると2人の男がいました。どちらの？ これが関係あるんかな。この店なんかな。飯屋やもんな。コックの帽子みたいな感じなんかな。パティシエとかそういうやつか。この2つの店なんかな。ようわからんな。それを抜けたら小さな広場に行きました。そこには猫がいてお茶を飲んでいます。別な路地に走っていきます。お茶を飲んでる猫。猫はおるけど、お茶。喫茶店とかやろな、多分。カフェテリア、お茶屋さん。ここか。お茶屋さんの路地。で、抜けると大きな広場に着きました。ここか。大きな広場。まあ大きいかどうか分からへんけど、トランプの兵隊。チュロスは関係ないな。ピザ屋ばっかりなんやけど。鳩場の端に着きました。どっちが端っこなんかが分からへんけどな。全然分からんねんけど。全然意味が分かれへん。全然分からんねんけど。多分あの番号を押せるところが。
Do you need help, Detective Locke?
It looks like the writer of this letter is quoting Alice in Wonderland.
No, I think it is a pastiche. Monsieur Carroll was a much better writer than this.
It's a riddle. No, a map.
Both. I think Mr. Wadi was worried their business might be known, and has given Ratchet directions to a new rendezvous point. The last paragraph suggests a door that requires a passcode. If I understand correctly, this code will
多分あのドアなんよな。
numbers that we will find along the way. Mr. Wadi's letter mentions a rabbit. The rabbit fountain is an obvious starting point. I believe the letter refers to this place. We have a reference to hats in the letter. Where can we find hats? If we follow the letter, our next landmark will be a cat. A real cat is not likely. Let's try to find a picture or a sign with a cat. A place with playing card soldiers. It sounds like a metaphor. What place could make us think of soldiers? A place with what?
めっちゃむずいでな。一個一個こいつが気づいてくれなあかんねんもんな。俺が気づいてもしゃあないもんな。めっちゃむずないこれ。ちょいちょいこういう難しいの出てくるからな。口ひげ。
I've earned a gold mustache.
全然わからんねんけど。ちょいちょいこういうほんまにちょっと難しいやつを持ってくるからな。あれ噴水の公園がわからんようになったな。何笑てんねん。渡らずに違う正解か。全然わからんねんけど。うさぎの噴水がわからんようになった。どこやうさぎの噴水。うさぎの噴水からもう一回やり直そう。わからん。全然わからんぞ。どこ行ったらええねん。わからんようになったぞこれ。 お店を見つけなあかんねやろな。あれマジで噴水が分からんようになったわ。噴水の場所が分からん。あ、猫おる。4って書いてんな。猫は4やな。これ4やな。ちょっと待ってや。猫は4。俺自分のメモ帳にちゃんと書いていくわ。子猫の店。4番目。一応書いとくわ。猫やな。これ猫やな。お茶飲んでるかどうかわからんけどな。でも4って書いてんな。街をくまなく見なあかんでな、これな。めっちゃ難しいやん。場所がわからん。噴水どこ行ってん迷いすぎないけど。どこが噴水やったんやろ、わからんわ。何してんねんこの人。フォアロすら出てけえへんようになってもうた。どこ行ってんねん俺。マジでわからん。あ、噴水出てきた。やっと出てきた。これがスタート地点やろ。噴水のところにいて、噴水のところに座っていました。アリスは白いウサギの像を見ました。突然ウサギが飛び出していったので、アリスはついていきました。またアリスの後を追ってみましょう。白いウサギやろ。こいつらちゃうもんな。やっぱ白で追ってんねんな。白のウサギんとこで飛び出したのがこっちかやろ。これを言って、これをちょっとコピペしとこう。狭い路地を抜けて橋を渡ると、狭い路地を抜けて橋ある？橋を抜けると、あ、帽子あった。 言い争っています。ここになんか8、帽子に8って書いてあんな。8やな。帽子んとこは8って書いてんな。8って書いてんな、帽子屋さんは。で、アリスは狭い路地に戻り、これ猫が次のお店っていうことやんな。84、猫は4やったやろ。これ順路なんかが分からんのよな。この帽子屋さんで狭いとこに戻って戻りやもんな。小さな広場に行きました。わかんないぜ。あ、これが猫の店か。4やろ。で、兵隊ってどういうことや。小さな広場。K。別の路地に行きました。こっちか。これじゃないでな。数字とか書いてないもんな。 あ、6か。兵隊ってこれか？ 6 って書いてんな。兵隊なんかどうか分からへんけど。6。一応6を残しておこう。向かって更新。走っていって鳩場の港に着きました。鳩場の港。これか。で、大きな扉があります。ゴルゴンの顔のついた大きな扉。鳩場の橋の何の顔もついてないな。鳩場の橋、あ、これか。だけじゃあかんのか。1469。8469。ちょっと待ってな。扉は9。だから一番最初のウサギんとこがなんか忘れてんやろな。数字。ウサギんとこになんか書いてたんかな。めっちゃめんどくさいこれだけでほぼ1時間引っ張られてんじゃん一旦の解決を見たのに。あといっちゃん最初の数字やな。1番目の数字が分かれへんな。なんか迷ってる。また迷ってる。これほんま難しいな、ここの地理は。道がわからん。あら、帽子屋やろ。帽子屋に行く前にこっちやったよな。あら、うさぎの広場がわからん。うさぎの番号を知らなあかんでな。うさぎの番号が何番なんかやでな。これまた川に行く方やろ。あれ、 土地勘なさすぎてやばい。マジでずっと迷ってんねんけど、一生同じとこしか行けへん。どういうことやこれ。うさぎの広場、どこに行きたいかは分かっててもそこにたどり着かれへん。あったあったあった、うさぎの広場、ここに来たかって。他に数字書いてないか。あ、口ひげ持ってた。
A gold mustache. Thank you very much.
思いっきり書いとった思いっきり書いてた。
平手打ちのスタさん、ここは米花町か？
はい、スタさんいらっしゃい、ゆっくりしていってください。米花町やね。ベネツィアらしいです。ここはベネツィアらしいですよ。ベネツィア。よし、すべてのキーワードは集まった。これで多分大丈夫やろ。で、海沿い鳩場の一番端っこ、こっちやな。よし。これで物語は進展するはずや。こういう謎解きが一番難しい。2、8、4、6、9。どういうこと？あ、刺しとる。殺人が起きてる。
Hey, you.
あ、逃げた。
Use them.
優しいんか優しないんか分かれへん、このゲーム。で、定期的にこう話されなあかんの。犯人を見失わずに追跡を終える。うわ、えぐい、えぐい、えぐい、えぐい。同じやつばっかりや。じゃあ待ってや。
Too many masks. The murderer could be standing there watching me and laughing.
Yes, Detective Locke?
The murderer got away. I'm coming back, but it looked like he dropped something when he climbed the first wall.
All right, I'll go and see. For my part, unfortunately, I could do nothing for the victim. He was already dead. I have already alerted the Italian authorities. I will see what I can find while I wait for them. A pair of women's glasses. Was Ratchet planning a new identity? Am must be several tens of thousands of dollars in this bag. The victim was stabbed. Apparently the method of choice in this case. A bunch of keys. If, as seems likely, Mr. Wadi is a resident of Geneva, then one of these may belong to his home there. Various clothes in his suitcase. Mr. Wadi was obviously planning to leave this city.
Wadi Aziz.
Mr. Wadi's Swiss passport. I'll see if I can find a match on the internet to confirm his identity. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. I do not think that's the right answer. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth.
名前がちょっと違ってたっていう。えべわら。
The victim. A false passport with Ratchet's picture. Clark, Ratchet. How many others?
Enrico Caldo.
Now he will become Enrico Caldo. It appears Ratchet changed his identity as often as his socks. According to the information I have, this is a solid choice.
I'm sorry I couldn't catch the suspect, Mr. Poirot.
There is no need to apologize, mademoiselle. Your efforts were marvelous. I found some information about Mr. Wadi.
Did you access the FBI database?
Don't worry, my little gray cells were enough. However, the database may confirm the origin of these banknotes.
No need. I included them when I continued my investigation.
Excellent.
NA
That's it. No rookie mistake there.
Okay. The NA 21518880S. Okay.
Hey, I'm a pretty good detective after all.
Okay. で NA21527649C これ
That is a
OK
great detective job.
いいぜ
Mr. Poirot, it's part of the ransom money from the Armstrong case.
You are surprised?
I suppose not. So Ratchet had it in an account at the Banque du Lac.
It would seem so. He knew the serial numbers on the banknotes could be traced, and he could not spend it. So, he stashed it there.
But now he's run low. Something he didn't count on. He hopes enough time has passed so he can begin to spend the ransom money.
Ah, there is something else he didn't count on.
What's that?
He didn't count on you, Detective Locke, and your tenacity.
Thank you. But we are still left with a murderer on the loose.
But we progress. We know Mr. Wadi had an appointment with Ratchet. He had a bag full of money and a passport with Ratchet's photo, but a new name. What is your opinion about the passport?
I discovered that he was arrested in Armenia for trafficking in stolen art and was supposed to be arraigned in January. Once again, he changed his identity and vanished.
You are correct, mademoiselle. He also told me that he was threatened, and that threatening letter we found in his room was real. He had to disappear once again.
Maybe the killer didn't take the money because we interrupted him.
Perhaps, but the bag is not very big. He could have easily escaped with it. I do not think he was interested in the money.
If the motive isn't money, then what?
It suggests a new motive altogether. Perhaps passion or revenge.
なるほど
Revenge seems like an obvious motive to me. The murderer carefully followed Wadi from the fountain to the new meeting place despite Wadi's precautions. That is cold and careful.
Excellent. We cannot yet know for certain, but that is a sound psychological analysis. We have an idea of the motive. It is the same motive as that of our 12 would-be murderers on the train. But we still must know who was under that mask.
I think Wadi's killer is also Ratchet's murderer. The motive for both deaths was revenge, and both are related to the Armstrong case through the ransom money.
Exactly. So our murderer is linked to the Armstrong case. The money is linked to the Armstrong case. But these glasses that I found in the bag, they must have something to do with this case too.
Wait, those glasses mean something to me. Dr. Constantine? No, that's not it. They're the woman's glasses, and I think there's something about them. They're familiar to me somehow. Wait, I know. I've seen these. They belong to Susan Moreau, little Daisy's nurse. I remember seeing them in her bedroom, but they were gone the day she died.
I remember the press saying that the nurse had committed suicide.
I've always believed otherwise, and the glasses are proof that she was killed by Ratchet or his accomplice. He took those glasses. I always had a gut feeling, but now, Mr. Poirot, now I have proof Suzanne was innocent.
Yes, you do. But the question I ask myself is this. Why did Ratchet keep these glasses?
Ratchet used to leave fake evidence at the scene of his crimes to incriminate others. He did the same thing to frame Suzanne.
Possibly. But keeping an object belonging to his victim as a souvenir of the murder, that is the behavior of a fetishist.
Now that you mention it, in my investigation at the time, I had already found Daisy's hair clip in Ratchet's cabin, and now we find Suzanne's glasses in a bag for Ratchet.
2 objects from 2 victims of Ratchet. He is a trophy hunter.
Okay, we managed to clear up some of the gray areas. What now?
なるほど
The bag only contained a fraction of the $1 million ransom of the Armstrong case. The rest must still be in a secure place. I will make a wager with you that it is the Banque du Lac in Geneva where Mr. Wadi worked.
Wadi was also the keeper of Ratchet's secrets. They were killed by the same murderer.
Agreed. Well, there is nothing more we can do here except wait for the police. Prepare yourself for a long evening with the police. We have a lot of explaining to do.
And after that?
A visit to Geneva, perhaps?
Here you are at last. I was worried about you.
We just left the police station. We had to explain to the Italian police that we were not murderers.
What? Another murder?
I'll tell you when we're underway. Are all passengers and staff aboard?
Yes, everyone is here. We were waiting for you.
Excellent. Let's
Excellent.
More time. We have to make a longer than usual stop in Lausanne.
What? How long?
Long enough to do a little banking in Geneva.
But this is madness. A 13th murderer of Ratchet?
Mon ami, he was not well liked.
But Monsieur Michel would have seen anyone enter Ratchet's compartment. And there were another 10 people milling about, taking their turn at stabbing him. How could they not notice an uninvited killer?
The 13th killer could have acted when Michel was smoking on the platform at Vinkovsky. But even after the train departed, Michel was absent from his post at the end of the corridor several times the night of the murder. I must know where he really was and when. Oh, stay focused. We have evidence that he is still on the train. Yes, he most certainly returned to the train.
How can you be sure?
It's obvious. I mean, I hope Mr. Poirot agrees.
Please continue, Detective Locke.
All the passengers and crew are still aboard. If the killer of Mr. Wadi had remained in Venice, we would have noticed right away that someone was missing, and we could have alerted the authorities.
I promise you, I made certain everyone was aboard before we embarked.
Book, calm yourself.
Calm myself? But we're back where we started. There is still another murderer on my train. Wait a moment. Can I change my mind about my verdict? Can we turn everyone over to the police?
Everyone? Including ourselves?
What? No.
Motoshio!
Oh, it's a nightmare.
Let us take it step by step, my friend. We can start by eliminating all of the members of the Ratchet jury.
Bus not miss them. 趣味とこれでいいな。それは正解。ちょっと待って、コーヒーを入れましょう。あ、コーヒーいいわ。ミックスジュースにしよう。
7? It's still too many.
I agree. We must reduce our list.
Excuse my impatience, Poirot. It's as if my beautiful train is cursed. Can you exonerate any of the 7?
Yes.
やはり。
Book worked hard to get me aboard the train. He is definitely not a suspect. Good.
Good.
Mademoiselle Locke cannot be a suspect. She pursued Mr. Wadi's murderer. Fantastic.
Fantastic.
Dr. Constantine alerted me to the 13th stab wound. He is not a suspect. That's the right answer. I have 4 suspects left who I must now examine more closely. Miss Nielsen, Monsieur Maury, Monsieur Fauché, and Countess Andrény.
One of my employees? Suspicious?
All 3 got off the train in Venice to restock supplies. Any one of them might have slipped away without being noticed.
I suppose. But what of Countess Andrény? You cleared her yourself.
She is cleared of the first murder, but we know little of her movements here in Venice. So, we still have 4 suspects to interview. Detective Locke?
I can't join you, Poirot. My chief saw something on the news about the case and my involvement. He's demanding an explanation. If I want to keep my badge, I have to call him.
Then you must do so by all means.
I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. I understand.
I'll make the call for my compartment. If you're looking for me, I'll be there.
I hate to say this, Poirot, but I must. There is, of course, one other suspect with a motive for murder. The ransom money.
You mean Detective Locke? Then who did she chase? Who killed Aziz? We both saw the masked murderer standing over the body.
Miss Nielsen. あ、フレアか。したらあれやな。全然解決せえへんやん。やっと解決したと思ったのにな。解決したと思ってからめっちゃ長い。
You play well. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Thank you. Many years of piano lessons thanks to my mother. I try to play in a few clubs in Paris when I get the chance, but as you can see, it hasn't made me rich. What can I do for you?
Conversation only. Tell me again about your poker game the night of the murder.
It's a regular game to help relax after a long day. Let's see, we started around 11 p.m. We took a short break in Vinkovsky, Hotaru, Pierre and I. The game finished up around 2 a.m. We'd all had quite a bit to drink. Ah, yes, I left for about 10 minutes to refrigerate champagne for the next day. That must have been around 1 a.m.
Tell me about your time in Venice.
I had Monsieur Book's permission to see my sister. She lives in Marghera, just outside of Venice. She had a baby a few weeks ago. This was my first chance to meet my new nephew.
Monsieur Book gave you permission?
Yes, you can ask him.
Most assuredly, I will. What time did you leave and when did you return?
I left around 9:10 p.m. I was back by 10:45 p.m. When I got back, Hotaru was in a lot of pain. I gave him a back massage.
That would have been enough time to kill Monsieur Wadi and return to the train. May I see your knives?
Of course. They are here.
If you don't mind.
Help yourself. They are under the bar counter.
None of these come close to the wounds on either body.
Hmm. 怪しいけど違うっぽいねんな。ちょっと待ってくださいね。たまにエラーが出てコメントのあれがおかしなってる。
told Fauché he could go into Venice?
Marghera, actually. Not so far away. It was his only chance to see his sister. He's been working every train for weeks. There is never time to see the new baby.
Enough, Book. Your heart does you credit, but your common sense, it...
I know. But it's fine. Isn't it? He did come back.
Oh, it's fine, as you say. Unless he saw the baby, then killed someone else and returned to the train.
But that's monstrous.
Murder is always monstrous, my friend.
勝手なことしよるでな、ほんまこのおデブちゃんよ。
Good evening, Monsieur Mori. May I have a moment of your time? I have a few questions to ask you.
Of course, as long as you don't mind if dinner is ruined.
I promise to be as brief as possible. Tell me about your poker game the night of the murder.
We started around 11 p.m. When John finished his shift. We played until around 2 a.m. From what I remember, it's a bit vague.
You played without a break?
Actually, we did break once for a smoke. John, Pierre, and I. When we stopped in Vinkovsky.
When was that?
Around midnight.
What did you do while we were stopped in Venice?
With Freya's help, I loaded fresh produce for the next part of our journey. Then, you may not believe this, but my job requires a lot of physical labor. My back suffers. Fortunately, Jean has become quite adept at separating my vertebrae.
As you may know, I have solved the murder of Monsieur Ratchet.
That is a shame.
I beg your pardon?
The bastard sent my steak tartar back, telling John I was to burn it.
I will add it to the list of his crimes. One wound on Monsieur Ratchet's body was struck by a very sharp, thin-bladed knife. We haven't found it yet.
You think one of mine was used?
I'd like to have a look, if you don't mind.
In that drawer.
An impressive set of knives. But their blades are too wide to have been used for the crime.
なんかしぶしぶ作業に戻る感じよ。
Black feather.
何か思い出す。確かに仮面舞踏会のやつよな。黒い羽、いっぱいカラスがおったもんな。
The box is secured by some sort of locking mechanism. The design is formed by 3 commas. What is the word in Japanese? Tomoe. And it's
Tomoe.
Piece.
Tomoe.どっかに落ちてんのかな。
Good evening, Mademoiselle Nielsen. May I talk to you for a moment?
Of course, Mr. Poirot. I'm not going to bed right away.
Can you tell me exactly about your poker game the night of the murder?
We started around 11 p.m. In Vinkovsky, we took a short break. Hotaru and Pierre went outside to smoke. Oh, and Hotaru got sick around a few minutes past 1 a.m. 1:10 a.m. maybe? He spent about 15 minutes in the bathroom, but he didn't want to quit on a losing streak.
Did his luck improve?
No, so we played to around 2 a.m. He lost every hand.
Can you tell me your movements while we were stopped in Venice?
That'll be easy. I didn't move much at all. Let's see. I helped Hataru load all of the food crates aboard the train. Hataru had everything he needed, but I realized they forgot half of my order. I spent over an hour on the phone with the supplier without success. I had to change the dessert menu for tomorrow.
Dr. Constantine found a stab wound on Ratchet's body that was caused by a much thinner and sharper blade than the others.
Possibly a chef's knife?
My thought, precisely.
And you'd like to see my knives?
If you wouldn't mind.
I would gladly show you if I had any, but I don't. I use the regular kitchen knives. You may search if you don't believe me.
I see.
All the knives the staff use are in the kitchen or in the lounge, except...
Except?
Otaro prefers to use his own.
Monsieur Mori doesn't use the kitchen knives?
Not usually. I know he keeps a set of traditional Japanese knives in a box in his room. He doesn't let anyone else use them. Although now that I think of it, he has been using the kitchen knives lately.
Oh. なるほど。はい。はは。絶対全部見つけられへんねんな、でも口ひげ。ともえとかいうやつを見つけんとあかんっぽいよな。お、じゃあこれはこれさっき見たやん。どこにもう一個落ちてるんやろうな。こいつタトゥー入れてんな、腕に。入れ墨入ってんぞ。
Be worth a small fortune.
魂のサフラン。何も入ってなさそうやでな。生かしてくれへん。なんでやおい。
None of
ミシェルとアンドレニさん。
Ah, Michel, I have a few more questions to ask you, if you will allow me.
Anything, Monsieur Poirot. We are in your debt.
Let us review the actual timeline of the night of Ratchet's murder, not the one manufactured to hide your crime.
I left the train in Minkowski for a smoke. Then I resumed my post. That was the truth. The train departed on schedule. But then, of course, an avalanche of snow blocked the tracks. At 12:45, Madame Hubbard and I met in her compartment to discuss how to adapt our plan.
Due to the snow and Poirot.
The little play we had staged for you had to be rewritten. I left her compartment at approximately 1:15.
Then the curtain went up. Calls in the night, the red kimono, all for my benefit.
And all for nothing, as it turned out.
Do not blame yourself, Michel. I am the theater critic no playwright wants to see in the audience. Please tell me your movements when we were stopped at Venice Station.
Once the compartments were cleaned and the linen refreshed, I stayed in my quarters.
Did you notice anything special? Comings and goings?
Monsieur Bouc had asked everyone to stay in their compartments. I would occasionally walk the train to ensure everyone was comfortable. Oh, I saw Monsieur Maury was all alone loading his crates of provisions. A great chef like that, reduced to petty
断りのみことさんさん、今日は列車乗ってた。
おお、小谷のみことさんいらっしゃい。ゆっくりしていってください。今日はポアロです。なるほど、じゃあこのフレアさん、ちょっと疑わしくなってきたな。口ひげを2個ちゃんと見つけた。
Doctor, I need to question Countess Andrény.
I'm afraid that won't be possible, Mr. Poirot. The Countess had an anxiety attack when we arrived in Venice. She was terrified the police would come for her and her husband, despite how you concluded your investigation. I had to give her a sedative. She has been sleeping since.
なるほど、アリバイはバッチリ
You
だ。
have stayed with her all the time we were in Venice?
Count Andrény begged me to watch over her. I have not left this room.
You're the reason she's in this state.
Bouc voted to absolve you all. I accepted his verdict.
I told her. I tried to reason with her. What she has already suffered, the strain of these last few days, it was too much.
I understand, Count. It's quite all right. I have the answers I came for. I've talked to everyone, but some elements of the testimonies do not seem to correspond. I need to recheck a few things.
やっぱこの客室はすごいな。シャワーまで実質にあるやん。なあ、やっぱ森の包丁とフレアさんやな。なんかもうフレアさんが怪しいもんな。森の包丁を絶対どうにかしてんねんな。
This is wrong. But I'm never far from the truth. I must admit I'm not right this time. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. I do not think that's the right answer. think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. No, not good.
No.
Any of the 3 staff members had the opportunity to kill Ratchet when Monsieur Michel wasn't watching the hallway. My little gray cells did not.
I'm落ちてないな。まだ何かねこの不愛想な顔よほんま。
断りのみことさんさん、今更だけどポアロって呼ばれてたけど、この人エルキュール、ポアロなの？
そうよ、エルキュール・ポアロよ、この人は。そうよ、エルキュール・ポアロさんよ。
It's still locked. I need to move the parts on the side.
断りのみことさんさん、ちゃんと原作に沿ってるんだね。
そうらしいね。お動いた。何をどうしたらいいんかが全然分からへん。これを動かしきらんと。あ、これが見えてるとこまでだけ開けるとちょうどいい塩梅になるってことか。 こういうことか。あ、こういうことか。なるほど。出てきた。なるほど。
An object that looks like a broken comma. It must be part of something else.
すっきり取れると嬉しいね。よっしゃよっしゃよっしゃよっしゃよっしゃよっしゃ。てってれー。
Colteria Venezia.
お。
Sushi knife.
寿司ナイフ。
Sushi knives. Razor sharp.
なるほど。他は寿司ナイフって書いてんのに、あれだけベネツィアなんやな。あの一本だけなくなったんやな、ほんだら。
Sushi knife.
なるほど。
Colteria.
オッケーオッケー。謎は解けたよ。なるほど。まあ、さっき森に喋りに行こうか。森詰めに行こう。おい、そこのヤクザ。正直に喋れよ、お前。
I'm sorry, Monsieur Mori, but haven't you forgotten something? You haven't told me about the knives hidden in your room.
Ha! Yes, indeed. I forgot to tell you about those. They are my personal knives. I only use these knives. There are none better. I bought them all in Japan. No one is allowed to touch them except me.
おかしい。
I'm afraid you are better at sushi than lying.
What? What do you mean?
One of the knives has an inscription, Coltelleria Venezia. Did you happen to go shopping tonight, monsieur?
Damn you, Poirot. Very well. One of my sushi knives has been missing since the night of the murder. I thought you were going to believe I killed Ratchet. He routinely sent back my dishes to be ruined. Why does God give rich people the money to afford the best cuisine, but not the palate to appreciate it? I panic. I know a very good store in Venice.
包丁持ちながら喋んなよ、お前。怖いな。
So, I wouldn't be accused. I assure you that I had nothing to do with
危ないわ、こいつ。
I would have an easier time believing you, monsieur, if you put that knife down.
Oh, yes,
ほんまに。
Sorry.
ほんまに。ポアロが言ったからええけど、お前。危ないもんやで。
Around 9:30 p.m. I was back a little after 11. 11:15 p.m.
Time enough to stab Monsieur Wadi and return. Very well, Monsieur Mori. That's all for now. If I have another question,
I'll be right here, cooking.
このヤクザではなかったか。なるほど。なるほど。まあもう大体犯人はフレアさんって分かってんねんけどな。フレアさんしかおらへんもんな。やれるやつは。お前が犯人や。
remind me of what you did when the train stopped in Venice.
No problem. I helped Hotaru load all of the food crates aboard the train. Hotaru had everything he needed, but I realized they forgot half of my order. I spent over an hour on the phone with the supplier, without success. I had to change the dessert menu for tomorrow.
対決。
Mademoiselle, I believe
あなたは真実を隠しているね。
What makes you say that?
Monsieur Fauché did not see you helping Monsieur Maury.
He couldn't have. He wasn't there.
Indeed, Monsieur Fauché did not mention seeing Miss Nielsen or Monsieur Maury. Monsieur Maury was loading crates of food on the train.
Yes, I helped him. You can ask him yourself.
It's true. Monsieur Maury told me that Miss Nielsen did help him. Michel saw Monsieur Maury carrying the crates of food alone. You weren't on the platform.
I did help Ataru.
The entire time? He carried so many crates, his back was sore.
Ah, I'm sorry about that. Okay, I'm guilty. I did leave him before we were finished. But I had to. There was no saffron he needed for a recipe. I volunteered to go into Venice and get him some. The Rialto
平手打
market
ち
is
の
open
スタさ
now
ん、
because of
ガ
the
ヤ
clothes.
みたいだ
I
な。
need money.
川
I
崎
knew
麻
I
世
was
の夫
supposed to
人
leave the train, but I only wanted to help. Mr. Mori can confirm this. Ask him. I saved dinner.
On behalf of my palate, I thank you. How long were you gone?
I left at 9:10 p.m. and was back with the saffron around 11. That's when I called my supplier for the items I was missing.
Miss Nielsen had almost 2 hours to buy the saffron, find a costume, kill Monsieur Wadi, elude Detective Locke, and make it back to the train for that phone call. Yes, it's possible that was enough time. Thank you, Mademoiselle Nielsen. That is all for now.
Sorry again, Mr. Poirot. I hope you enjoy tonight's dessert.
I do not think that's the right answer. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. Think, Poirot, that is not a good answer. I do not think
何の
that's
話
the
や
right
ろ
answer.
全員あかんやんけ
No, 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 not good.
No, no, no.
I must admit I'm not right this time. This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. No, 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 not good. This. I must admit.
どういうことやおいそういうこと3人
Et voilà.
Eh ben voilà.あともうちょっとで解決やとは思うねんけどな。この最後の13人目の犯人を突き止めたらもう事件は解決のはずや。でもあんなさ、女性刑事に追っかけられても逃げれるっていうのは森さんじゃないもんな、絶対。105号室。
What have you been doing, Poirot? I am completely in the dark.
I will shine some light on the situation, my friend. I have 3 new suspects who could have killed Ratchet and Monsieur Wadi. Miss Nielsen, Monsieur Fauché, and Monsieur Maury. They all had periods of time during both murders to commit the deed, and their alibis are weak. A visit to family, and not one, but 2 shopping trips.
But all are my employees.
Alas, yes, my dear Book. But we have no proof against any of them. None of the 3 appears to have any motive whatsoever.
But this is a tragedy.
Do not give up hope. We will catch this murderer. There is still one place that may hold the evidence we need.
Geneva.
Exact.
Do not give up hope? Well, that's easy for you to say. But what if it's Freya? What becomes of dessert? If it's Daoud, who will cook? Me? And the worst, if it's Jean, who will serve the drinks?
I've been checking up on the Banque du Lac. I had to confirm my identity for Interpol, so they contacted my captain at the Berkshire Police.
I suspect he was not pleased.
That my vacation was actually an unofficial investigation? I'll say.
I would be happy to speak to him on your behalf.
Thank you, but he'll get over it. It's a chance to close the books on the Armstrong kidnapping. He stopped yelling, asked for a report, then granted me an extra week.
Excellent. What did you learn from Interpol about the Banque du Lac?
It's had a bad reputation for over a century. Customers have included the mafia, Nazis, corporate swindlers of every description, even heads of state.
It is true, this. It is the worst kept secret in banking. They take advantage of the bank's strict policy of protecting the anonymity of its clients. This is in defiance of many laws from multiple countries, including Switzerland itself. Of course, I have never taken advantage of such a corrupt system.
That goes without saying, my friend.
There are ongoing investigations, subpoenas, court orders. The bank will eventually have to comply, or its assets may be seized. But until then, it still thrives, thanks to its wealthy and powerful clients.
It sounds perfect for the late Monsieur Ratchet. Do you have any ideas?
The serial numbers from some of the bills match those from the Armstrong kidnapping. We agreed in Venice that the bulk of the money must still be physically in the bank's vault.
I concur, Detective Locke. Exemplary work. So, our next task is clear. We need to get into Ratchet's safety deposit box.
There'll be codes, passwords.
And Monsieur Wadi would, of course, have known them all. The bag of money he carried is proof of that.
We'll need to find information about Ratchet's box in Wadi's office at the bank.
Most assuredly, but remember the secrecy involved. I doubt his office will contain all we need. Where else must we dig? That was easy.
Easy.
Mr. Wadi couldn't keep all of his secrets at the bank. Hopefully we'll find something in his apartment. We already have his address thanks to his passport, and his keys we retrieved from his body.
The train stops in Lausanne at 8 a.m. But that's far from Geneva. I can delay the departure until 11 a.m. No later. The police are expecting us in Paris by the end of the afternoon at the latest. They won't tolerate any delay.
The bank doesn't open until 9. I can see only one way that gives us a chance to be on time. Let's take a taxi.
Taxi!
It should take us less than an
Taxi!
hour to get to Geneva from Lausanne, which leaves us just enough time to access that safety deposit box. We have no choice if we want to be back to the train by 11 a.m. We could search the apartment and the office together, but we won't have enough time. Better to separate.
We are going to use the bank's anonymity policy to our advantage.
And the quickest way is for you to impersonate Ratchet.
I would rather impersonate Jack the Ripper, but in the interest of justice, I will do it.
We need to find the account number.
Along with everything else.
I will say I want access to the vault. They don't ask for papers or even names. The vault information is enough.
I'm not hearing any of this. I run a train company. I don't rob banks.
Perfect. Let's recap the plan.
but I'm never far from the truth. I must admit I'm not right this time. No, not good. Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. I do not think that's the right
難しいなおい。
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer.
これがこうか。こうか。難しいね。
I'm right again.
To sum up, we're going by taxi to Geneva. Then we'll split up. You're going to search Mr. Wadi's apartment. I'll search the office at the bank. When we have all the information we need, you pretend to be Ratchet, and we can finally find out what Ratchet is keeping hidden in his safety deposit box.
It sounds impossible.
Not for Detective Joanna Locke and
Hercule Poirot. 見くべるな。
We face our greatest challenge tomorrow. Together.
Together.
Nine o'clock. Our driver did well. It took barely an hour to get here from Lausanne.
But we must conclude our business in 1 hour as well. Book can only hold the train until 11 o'clock.
1 hour to find the key of Ratchet's safety deposit box, the box number, and its passcode. A lot to ask.
Indeed, which is why we must split our forces. I will take the cab to Monsieur Wadi's address. You must search his office.
I have you on speed dial. And thank you, Mr. Poirot.
For what, mademoiselle?
For trusting me.
すごいヒゲやでな、あのヒゲな。
You there. I have an appointment with Mr. Wadi.
Let me check. I'm sorry, I don't see any appointments this morning at all. Mr. Wadi hasn't even arrived yet, although he should be here by now.
I'm Joanna Locke. I made an appointment with Mr. Wadi 2 weeks ago.
Madam, please. You must know in the Banque du Lac, all accounts are anonymous. Unfortunately, I cannot verify your identity.
Then you will forget I mentioned my name.
I already have.
Good. I'll wait in Mr. Wadi's office. I can't stand out here in public. If someone should recognize me, you understand?
Oh yes, of course. I'm sure Mr. Wadi will be here shortly. I can send him right in when he arrives. His office is this way. Please come in. I can't understand where Mr. Wadi might be.
You're right. I don't have much time at all. Not really my style, but I'll take it.
ちょっと一瞬トイレ行ってきます。
Mr. Waddy seems to have really liked this book.
はい、戻りました。不思議な国のアリス。イカれたお茶会。
Souvenir Tower of Babel. Makes sense. We know that Mr. Waddy is from Iraq, and the ancient tower is said to have been built there.
当てずっぽで開くんかな。こんな当てずっぽで開くとは思われへんな。調べれてないんやろな。
I'm taking a picture of it. I'll send it to Poirot. It might be useful to him. I need the password. Maybe Poirot can help me. Locked.
なるほど。
It's closed. Time is.
I managed to get into Waddy's office. I did a quick preliminary search. Everything is locked, including his computer. All I could find was a photo with a date on it. I just sent it to you. Maybe you can use it.
Thank you. That might help. I've just arrived at the apartment. I'll call you when I find something.
As quick as you can. I can't stay here long.
This is definitely not Monsieur Waddy's apartment. This is definitely not Monsieur Waddy's apartment. Ah, here we are. Let's see if the key I picked up in Monsieur Waddy's luggage in Venice will open his door. Great.
便所とバスルーム。はい、口ひげ。
Come to Poirot, my exquisitely sculpted friend.
口ひげ。イかれたお茶会。なるほど。同じ本やな。ダーツ。
The key to the password is close. I can feel it.
9番の88ページ。88ページ、ちょっと待って、もうこれもう絶対またメモ帳取らなわからんねな。88ページ、91ページ、94ページ、96ページ、98ページな。はい。
The key to the password is close. I can feel it.
ベネチア。これもちょっとギャゾっとこう。はい。これで OK。貸金庫のパスワードね。
That may be useful to Mademoiselle Locke or me. I'll take a photo.
お、バベルの塔。9H15 とか、なんやろこれ。Wi-Fi。なんかの役に立つかもせえへんな。めっちゃ意味深やん。
Staring at the clock won't help. Wow.
誰や、うっさいな。
Who are you? What are you doing in there?
I am Hercule Poirot. I am working with the police. You are Monsieur Wadi's neighbor?
Yes, next door. I heard a noise. I thought it was Mr. Wadi who had come home. I don't know him very well. A delivery man left a package for him with me.
I have no way to prove he's lying. What evidence can help me prove he's lying? You don't know your neighbor very well.
Yes, what of it?
How is it that Monsieur Wadi has a picture of you on his desk? There is quite a family resemblance. You wouldn't be his brother by any chance?
Why are you going through his things?
As I told you, I am working with the police.
All right, yes. I'm his brother, Mehdi Wadi. Do you know where he is?
I am very sorry, sir, but I have some terrible news for you. Your brother has been murdered. You have my sincere condolences.
Oh no. Aziz. My wife. My son. Their hearts will break. Everything he did was for his family. He brought us here from Iraq to give my son a better future. We can't go back. You won't. You won't.
Do not fret, Monsieur Wadi. I do not want to cause trouble for you and your family. I am here to catch his murderer. When did you last see your brother?
2 days ago. He was on his way to Venice. It was not a journey he was looking forward to. I knew something was wrong, but he promised all would be well soon. My son will be heartbroken. Aziz made a point of reading to Fadi every night so he could learn English. We hope to legally emigrate there one day.
Your son, Fadi. What did Monsieur Wadi read to him?
His favorite book is Alice in Wonderland. The nonsense of it all. Why?
It is the answer to a question I had. I believe your brother was a good man, forced for some reason to keep secrets, and that got him killed.
Sir, there is something else. Aziz left me a letter to open if anything should happen to him.
Could you show it to me?
Yes, I will get it.
Yeah. 弟よ、ラチェットという男に銀行にいるのを見られた。そいつはお前やお前の家族を殺されたくなければ犯罪に手を貸せと脅してきた。メフディ、もし私が殺されるようなことがあったらその男が犯人だ。匿名で警察に通報してくれ。そしてバンク・デュ・ラックの貸金庫のことも伝えてくれ。口座番号は82664だ。あとは警察に任せておけばいい。ちょっと待ってな、82664な。OK。みんながいい人生を送れますように。なるほど。これも一応ギャゾっとこか。ギャゾっとこう。はい。
Thank you for giving me this letter. Let me assure you, the man Ratchet cannot harm you. He was killed before your brother was.
Really? Who did it? The one you say hunted Ratchet?
Yes, without a doubt. I promise you I will find them.
Sir, we have no papers. The police...
Your secret is safe with me, monsieur.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Now, I must go to my wife and son. Tonight, I will read to Fadi from Alice in Wonderland, and we will remember my brother.
I need to notify Mademoiselle Locke that I have Ratchet's bank account number.
めっちゃ簡単に終わってもうたんちゃうん。
Ah, the peculiar habit some people have of displaying things on the door of their refrigerator. I've just sent a photo to you in case it might help you.
Thank you.
I texted Ratchet's account number to you.
Wonderful.
んで、82664。82664は分かったけど、88ページ。イカれたお茶会。これの謎がまだ解けてないよな。これに絶対鍵入ってるんよな。いや、ちゃうな。これじゃないな。ちょっと待って。ポアロで古いやつの82664。ちゃう。古いやつの。古い方のアリスを見なあかんねんな。
I think this belongs here.
なんかこれも書いてあったな。チェスや、チェスや、チェスや。これはチェスやな。よし。このチェス盤の通りに置けばいいんやな。ちょっと待ってよ。これをギャゾって、あ、ギャゾられへん。ちょっと待ってよ。ええわ。A8 に黒で D8 が白で、A7 も黒で、じゃあ B の7 B7 も黒で A の6白で、D の5も白 OK。
A bizarre endgame to be sure, but I suspect checkmate is possible for white in 3 moves. Let's see.
OK。 これがこの扉を開けるんやな。よし。まず黒の羽で、A の8で黒ばっかりいこうか。 A の7で B の7な、こういうことやな。で白で、D の8 D の8D の8、1、2、3、4、5、5番目やな。4つ目やな。OK。で、白の羽で、A の6。で、最後が D の5。5番目の D。はい、開いた。お、なんやこれは。ほんで8、2ちゃうっぽいな。違うな。88ページに出てる数字が3。88は3。めっちゃめんどくさいな。で、89、90、89、90、91ページ目。89、90、91ページ目の91ページ目、全然数字がないやんけ。今日は何日？これ多分18日やんな。89、90、91、92、93、94、94、 91はよくわからん。94は、94ページは、9時なのか1時間半か。9時か、まあ、9時にしとこうか。カッコして 1も書いとこう。1時間半 1.3 で、よう分かれへんけど、まあ、とりあえずそんな感じにしとこう。次、96ページ。96ページも数字が書いてない。95、96。時間を殺し首をはねよ。1番、96ページは1。98ページ。3月うさぎ。3か ?98 ページは3か。謎が多いなぁ。バベルの塔の絵も描いてるけど、ようわからんよな。難しいな、これほんまに。
This computer won't give up its secrets easily. A Swiss and Arabic keyboard. A Swiss and Arabic keyboard. A Swiss. This
あ、部屋には入れるやん。入れんじゃん。
Staring at the clock won't help, Poirot. This could be the password to Monsieur Wadi's office computer. He must change it every month. Seems to have a logical sequence, but I need to find the one for December.
$3795 6480 1759 7139 0なんやろ。数字が並んでる部分を斜めに読むんだ。数字が並んでる部分を3456、ああそういうこと。789、ああそういうことか。0127ってことはちょっと待ってや。 開けて183で4の次が前に来るんか。5183か。18
I do not
違
think
うんか。
that's the right answer.
3456。いや、合うてるはずやと思うねんけどな。7の次が5やろ。51、あ、じゃあ5193や。5193や。
If that's the
Okay.
password to the computer in Monsieur Wadi's office, we still need to translate the Arabic characters. And there weren't any Arabic characters on the office computer's keyboard. We need to find out which keys these Arabic characters correspond to on a Swiss keyboard with its Latin
なるほど。
characters like the one in Monsieur Wadi's office. My little grey cells did not let me down.
Okay.
Staring at the clock won't help.
この解決するまでにやらなあかんことが多すぎてやばいよ
This
な。
keyboard should help me translate this code.
G みたいな G。R やな。R。点々が3つついてる R みたいな G は A で、手みたいなやつ、手みたいなやつ、手みたいなやつどれや。手みたいなやつ P か。 P でF。 いっちゃん最後がお風呂みたいなやつ。お風呂みたいなのの3つちょんちょんちょんがついてるのはどれや。この細かくてあ、いいか。
Arabic is read from right to left, so the password must surely be
右
read
から
that way
左。
too. With any luck, this will unlock the computer in Monsieur Wadi's office. Let me text it to Miss Locke.
これをギャズ。
I'm
あ
right again.
あ、終わってしまった。
Happens to me a lot.
終わってしまった。
A Swiss and Arabic keyboard. A Swiss.
さあ。
Did you receive my text? This must be the password to Monsieur Wadi's computer.
I have it. Thank you.
こいつら名コンビやな。どれや。 8266
No, no, Joanna. That doesn't track.
反対か？
No, no, this isn't it. Think!
82664あかんのか。ちょっと待ってや。これをコピっとかなあかん。はい。E3 F 9 P 1 A 5 R OK。口座番号が82664。いけましたね。
The number of Ratchet's safety deposit box. At last. I should let Mr. Poirot know.
ちょっと待ってや。これもギャザらしてくれ。あ、ギャザられへん。ギャザられへん。このバベルの塔の謎よな。これがよくわからんねんな。
I was able to access Mr. Waddy's computer. I have Ratchet's safety deposit box number.
Excellent.
突き止めたはいいけどさ。金庫番号はどれや。この塔の秘密を探らなわからんよな。バベルの塔の秘密ってなんや。 わからん。なんやろな。またなんか忘れてそうやねん今日な。なんやろな。全然わからんな。何を忘れてんやろ。あとなんか見落としてないやろか。絶対あの塔に秘密があんねんな。
Mademoiselle Locke, how far along are you?
Still not very far, but I'm not giving up.
ああ、そういう配置。ああ、そういうことか。なるほど。すごいな。そんなんわかる。すごいな。この謎解きはすごいな。はい。
Those indentations are from the sheet of the notepad that was on top. This is great. All those mystery movies I watched as a kid. I know what to do.
鉛筆でこすんねんな。なるほど、黒く塗りつぶして。なるほど、なるほど。なるほどなるほど。面白いな。それは面白いな。全部塗ったり全部塗ってしまおう。もう多分 OK なんやろうけど全部塗ったろう。
I'll send a picture of this to Poirot.
Okay. こっちはもう終わりっぽいな。
I sent you a photo of doodles I found on a notepad. I hope it can help you.
I hope so as well.
で、ほんでこの番号を待って、操作する前にこれやな。これをギャゾって、はいわかったこれをここで押すんや。415366シャープ。オーケー。
It looks like a
金庫の
safe
鍵だ。
We finally
よ
found
っしゃ。 OK。これやな、これのヒントやな。34やったんか。96234
Ratchet's password. Here it is. Et voilà.
Eh ben voilà. Yoっしゃ。
Good news. I have found the key to Ratchet's safe.
Perfect.
I believe I have discovered Ratchet's safety deposit box passcode.
We're almost there. We're running out of time. Do we have everything?
I have the key to the safety deposit box.
I have the number of the box.
And we have the passcode. I'm on my way. Time to rob a bank.
銀行強盗の時間だ。
Sorry to keep you waiting. I haven't heard from Monsieur Wadi. You'll have to reschedule with him.
This is quite annoying. I'll have to reschedule.
Absolutely. I hope I have been of service.
You have no idea.
断りのみことさんさん。豚の始まり。
みことさんさんになってんで。はい、GTA ですよ。ここから銀行強盗ですよ。
Right. Absolute secrecy regarding their clients. The last Swiss bank of its kind.
ラストオブスイス銀行。さあ。
断りのみことさんさん、さんさんさん爽やかみ組。
みことさんさんさんさんさん爽やか3組。
And the clock is ticking. I trust there is no problem.
No, no problem at all. May I have your safety deposit box number?
4346.
May I see your key? Do you know your passcode?
Yes. Mademoiselle will be able to accompany me? No names, of course.
Of course. I'll open the door. Go down the stairs. The guard will accompany you.
時間がないんだ。
Please leave your personal belongings in this bin and then go through the portal.
このだるそうな態度よ。
I'll open it for you.
すごいね。厳重だね。何番やったっけ。 4346 4346 43これ4346
At last we reach our goal.
何番やったっけ。34 34962
Now I will insert my key, if you allow.
Thank you.
パイ出てきたね。
I'll be by the door should you need any assistance.
At last.
I suspect the effort will be worth it. This collection of various personal items. Do you know what they are, Detective Locke?
I do, Mr. Poirot. God help me, I do. Souvenirs. The trophies serial killers take from their victims to remind them of their kills. Ratchet wasn't just a kidnapper.
No, indeed. He was a monster. Diamonds.
A fortune.
Diamonds.
Crime does pay.
No, mademoiselle. This time it was the criminal who finally paid.
Zipwriter. To my best friend. うわ、かわいそうに。
For every soul Ratchet claimed, even more are suffering. Another bracelet. Another victim.
Another trophy. And then there's the one that we already found, Suzanne's red glasses. The one on the left. Ratchet.
Whoever he is with, their friendship seems over.
The build. The hair. It could be Noah, his partner in Daisy's kidnapping.
It appears they had a falling out. I wonder who this keychain belonged to. Certainly not Ratchet.
Kitchen wagon.
I wonder who this keychain belonged to. Certainly not Ratchet. Another trophy. A woman.
なんてこ
We
っ
may never
た。
know her name. You were lucky, mademoiselle, when you met him at that cabin in the forest, alone.
How many victims do you think Ratchet had?
Too many. Another victim. Another victim.
MC. The real journalist Michael Clark. Ratchet would have needed to kill him to assume his
なるほど
identity.
ね。
He took this ring as his trophy.
Another trophy. We may never know how many people he killed.
He knew the serial numbers on the banknotes could be traced. The rest of the Armstrong ransom money. The serial numbers match. 4 years of investigation. It's all over. I finally have the last piece of evidence that Ratchet was Daisy's kidnapper and murderer.
More than that. You have helped unmask a serial killer responsible for so many deaths.
But even with all this, we're no closer to solving Ratchet's murder.
On the contrary, mademoiselle, everything. It is coming together. Don't you agree, detective?
What?
The damaged photograph.
It could be Noah. You think Noah killed Ratchet for revenge?
The train.
What about the train?
I know how a killer could vanish without leaving a trace in the snow.
Wings?
Camouflage. The trophies.
Poirot, we have a train to catch.
Not just a train, Detective Locke. We have a murderer.
犯人を捕まえるんだ。解決にあともう一歩か。もうほんましんどいって。めっちゃええ時間、4時間やでも今日でクリアしたい。クリアしてしまうんだ。
Enough! You have kept us in suspense ever since we left Lausanne.
Forgive me, my friend. Detective Locke and I needed the time to put the last pieces of the puzzle in their proper places.
I'll fill in where I can, but this is Mr. Poirot's show.
I confess I can't help, but I feel a certain déjà vu.
You are correct, Doctor. We have been here before. However, without you, we wouldn't have been able to reach the true conclusion of this story. My friends, your attention, please. I hope you have finished your dessert. You have every right to think the solution to the murder of Ratchet is a closed book. You are wrong. I, Poirot, admit that I was wrong. There is a final chapter.
What in bloody hell?
What does he mean? Perhaps if we are silent, Monsieur Poirot will explain.
Most of us naturally expect a journey by train to proceed in an orderly fashion from station to station. But this journey has gone off the rails. A comfortable journey, which should have been restful, turned out to be quite a challenge for my little gray cells. I beg your indulgence. I know it will be painful, but I must update you on the strange turn the Ratchet murder investigation has taken. I had two hypotheses, as you recall. A stranger boarded the train in Vinkovsky, killed Ratchet, and then exited the train unobserved. That was the first possibility. The second solution gave us 12 jurors who condemned Ratchet to death for the kidnapping and murder of Daisy Armstrong. My friend Book properly chose the first solution for the authorities. However, thanks to Dr. Constantine here, a 13th stab wound was discovered, throwing that solution into disarray. Moreover, the words of a witness called into question the chronology of the night of the murder upon which the first two solutions were based. Detective Locke?
殺人の夜の出来事の時系列に疑問をもたらした証言者は
Michael admitted to having been absent several times during the night. His absence therefore gave multiple opportunities for a 13th murderer to slip into Ratchet's room before the other 12 jurors lined up to stab him.
You are saying the man Ratchet was when we...
Yes. You executed a man who was already dead. But there were other suspects that night.
Other suspects? Who?
They stand before you. Mr. Fauché, Mr. Maury, and Ms. Nielsen, and they all also had a hole in their stories about their movements that night. Mr. Poirot?
Most of you don't know it, but there was a second murder in Venice.
Mein Gott, another murder.
The victim was a man named Aziz Wadi, a banker in Geneva who was on the payroll of Ratchet. He looked after the money Ratchet obtained from the Armstrong ransom. Ratchet needed money and arranged to meet Mr. Wadi in Venice. One of these three knew about that money. Now, each of them had an alibi of a sort, but if any of their alibis was a lie, that person had time to murder Monsieur Wadi, Monsieur Fauché, Mademoiselle Nielsen, and Monsieur Mori.
Monsieur Mori.
One of you murdered Ratchet and Monsieur Wadi.
Are you kidding? I pour drinks for our guests. I don't murder them.
It's nonsense.
You are accusing me because of my knives?
But why would one of my employees kill Ratchet?
No. Think, Joanna.
The killer's motive for killing Ratchet was revenge, but not for Daisy's death. The motive for Aziz Wadi's murder was also revenge. Mr. Wadi was helping Ratchet.
Ratchet had an accomplice in the kidnapping named Noah. They kidnapped Daisy together. Ratchet stored the ransom money in a Swiss bank that protected anonymous clients. He forced Monsieur Wadi to watch over the money. Once enough time had passed, Ratchet felt it was safe to have Monsieur Wadi bring him cash whenever Ratchet needed it.
The serial numbers of the bills would still be in a file, but no one would be actively checking it.
Precisely. But Ratchet didn't just keep the ransom in his safety deposit box. There was something much worse. There was something much worse than Daisy's ransom money in that safety deposit box. During her investigation, Detective Locke found evidence proving that Ratchet was what is known as a trophy killer. He kept souvenirs of his crimes. We found trophies in the safety deposit box. There were others in a cabin Ratchet used in the Berkshire Mountains, including a beloved toy of little Daisy.
I'd have known that, I would have cut the bastard's head off.
No. I do not think that's the right answer.
これか。
This is wrong, but I'm never far from the truth. I do not think
間違ってるような気がする。
No.
No.
Think, Poirot. That is not a good answer. I must admit I do not
間違ってばっかりやんけ。
I do not think that's the right answer.
革のブレスレットがなんでなんようわからん、それは。全然遠いやろ、そんな。
The bracelet found in the safety deposit box was also on Noah's wrist in a photograph. It's obvious Ratchet killed Noah, and therefore, at last, I can tell you with absolute certainty who the murderer of Ratchet and Monsieur Wadi is. No, this doesn't help. Mademoiselle Nielsen has the same bracelet as the one found in the safety deposit box in Geneva. A trophy from a victim of Ratchet. Noah.
Having a similar bracelet doesn't prove anything.
Yes, that might be true. If there were not an inscription on it.
Mr. Poirot, you're right. The bracelet looks similar to mine, but I have no idea what the marks on it mean. I just like the design.
The marks are not random, mademoiselle. These are special bracelets. They are called Morse code bracelets. Because, well, you know why. The marks are Morse code. Happily, I learned Morse when I was a young man doing my service for the Belgian army.
モールス信号を使いフレア
Et voilà.
Eh ben voilà.
On the bracelet found in Ratchet's safety deposit box was the name Freya.
Freya.
In Morse code. Your first name. It belonged to your father, Noah. Noah Nielsen. Let's stop playing this little game, mademoiselle. What does yours say? Noah?
It says father. Ratchet. That bastard. He kept my father's bracelet as a trophy.
Thank you. I have to admit your timing for Ratchet's murder was perfect. Do you mind if I continue?
Would it matter? Go ahead. You've earned the right to crow.
I do not make bird sounds, mademoiselle. I take no pleasure in this.
解決ですね。真犯人が
You drugged Ratchet's dessert to ensure he would be unconscious when you went to his room. You stole a knife from Monsieur Maury. If it was identified as the murder weapon, he would be accused. You knew Pierre Michel would leave the train for a smoke whenever it was stopped at a station. At Vinkovsky, you waited until he was on the station platform. Then, you carefully made your way along the first-class corridor to Ratchet's room. You entered Ratchet's room with the pass key.
Oh.
Accessible to all employees in the crew quarters. You stabbed Ratchet at midnight.
But that knife, where is it?
Probably thrown out of Ratchet's window before the train left the station. A thorough search after the snow melts should turn it up.
My beautiful knife!
Then, you carefully returned to the crew quarters, replaced the passkey, and returned to your poker game. Et voilà. The affair was not so complicated in the end. But what made the crime seem more complex? Well...
It was us.
Exactly. The 12 jurors who proceeded to carry out their far more complicated plan, literally in the dark, without realizing that the man was already dead.
Speaking only for myself, of course, but I believe we would have invited you to join us.
Ms. Nielsen, you killed Ratchet because he killed your father. Your motive is crystal clear. But why did you kill Aziz Wadi?
It's because of Aziz that my father died. My father knew Aziz was the only one with access to Ratchet's safe, so he convinced Aziz to steal the money from the safety deposit box. But Aziz was too afraid of Ratchet. Instead, he betrayed my father by reporting him to Ratchet. Obviously, Ratchet then murdered my father. Aziz was just as guilty of my father's death as Ratchet.
Ratchet was the worst of humanity. But Monsieur Wadi, if you knew his story...
My father is dead because of him.
I will not debate the point with you, mademoiselle. He had done nothing to justify his death. I do not see any extenuating circumstances that should allow you to escape justice. You will be arrested at the Gare de Lyon when we arrive in Paris.
Judge and jury are you, Monsieur Poirot? And you get away with it. It must be nice. But think of this. I know what you did. What you all did.
She's right. She could turn us all in.
Relax. Hector, is it? Your secret is safe with me. I'm not going to jail. Farewell, Poirot. Enjoy your victory. Stop.
No, Freya, don't jump. You're going to die.
I've made my choice. We'll let fate decide.
No!
やめるんだ。ああフレアが。なんてこった。その根性があるんやったら刑務所行ったらいいのに。なんてことだ。
She jumped off the train. Even if she hit the water, considering the height, I doubt she survived. And with this tunnel, either way, she's gone, Poirot.
Mo犯人だらけやんでもこの電車。ひどいもんやな。信じてやってみるしかない。チャプタークリア。終わりじゃないんまだ。もうええやろ。
I still can't believe what happened. 13 people took revenge on the same person. This investigation is so incredible. It almost looks like a detective story.
It would surely be a
確実に
bestseller.
ベストセラーだ。
It is true that this case will remain as one of the most important investigations of my career.
My only regret will be that I couldn't bring Ratchet to justice, but I can finally close this chapter of my life.
Your determination paid off. You can be proud of yourself.
I think we'll be arriving in Paris soon.
If you will pardon me, Detective Locke, I have to settle a few details with Monsieur Book before we arrive.
Please, go ahead.
I still can't believe Freya was the killer. She never even cheated when we played poker.
She used too much sugar.
Nonsense! Her desserts were divine.
Unfortunately, her actions were not so divine.
There you are, my friend.
Book, I have a favor to ask.
Anything.
When we arrive in Paris, will you speak to the police? I would rather keep a low profile.
But why?
Book, my first solution was incorrect.
Nonsense. The nuttier the mystery became, the greater your brilliance.
Please.
Very well, if you insist.
I want to thank you, gentlemen, for your service. The cuisine. Under difficult conditions, you surpass the reputation of the Orient Express.
That is true. I look forward to seeing you again abroad, Monsieur Poirot. I promise, not all of our trips are this eventful.
Princess Dragomirov would like a word with you, Monsieur Poirot. It is important. She is waiting for you in her compartment.
When a princess summons me, how can I refuse? Count Andrény, How is the Countess?
Much better now that it's all over. I misjudged you, Poirot.
And I you.
There is something else about my wife you should know. Why I am so overprotective.
She is pregnant.
You are quite the detective.
Actually, Dr. Constantine told me. She admitted as much when he was attending to her.
If it's a girl, we're going to name her Daisy. If it's a boy,
Hercule,
he'll be stuck with Rudolph.
やっぱりルドルフ
It's
だ
a fact.
そういう家系で
I
ね
wish you and all of your family much happiness.
Thank you.
厚かましいやっちゃな自分の名前を107やったっけご婦人はい空
My
に揃っ
daughter,
て
my great friend, and I wanted to talk to you one last time. I speak on behalf of the entire Armstrong family, as well as those close to us. You have shown compassion. We know your reputation, and we understand that your choice was not easy for you. We are all the more grateful. Thank you.
Congratulations, my dear. You managed to say the word thank you, although he did manage to put us through quite a lot.
You have given us all closure and some peace of mind.
You should know that I regret nothing. If this Freya Nielsen person had not been involved, I would have done it again.
Someone told me the Stalinists were frightened of you. I believe them.
The country of my birth breeds its share of brutes and bullies, but also some of the greatest intellectual and artistic minds the world has ever known. I pray that one day we will again be remembered for that.
I share your hope, Princess.
And of course, with the real murderer of that man out there somewhere, we are no longer guilty of much. Correct?
Princess, don't push your luck too far. If you'll excuse me, I have some packing to do. Ladies?
荷物を詰めるこれで本当に終わりなんね
At the end of this investigation, I still
まだ疑問が残ってんのもういいやろ
Did I make the right choice with the 12 self-proclaimed jurors? Yes, it was the right thing to
いいや
do.
ろ別に
As for Mademoiselle Nielsen, what would I have done if she had not escaped? Is it justice to let the 12 go free but have Mademoiselle Nielsen arrested? A vast question indeed. Judges often take motive into consideration when deciding the sentence for a crime. You are not a judge. Your job is to establish the facts, which you have done. The case has been solved. Another already awaits you. It is the reason you were on this train. It is time. Time to move on.
到着しましたね
I hope you will travel with us again, Monsieur Poirot.
Monsieur Poirot, I spoke with my associates. I convinced them to give you a deal on our new Firenze SUV. No need to thank. It's the least I could do.
That is very generous, but no, I do not drive.
You don't? What? But it's electric. It's good for the planet.
I am good for the planet, as long as I don't drive.
I don't understand. He refused.
喋らんのかい。喋ってくれよ。
Have you lost something? May I help you?
Oh, Mr. Poirot, you have done so much already.
What is it you have lost?
My friends, we are traveling to Poland to help with children. We were to meet at an information booth. But where do I get information on how to find an information booth?
There is, I believe, an information booth just inside the main terminal.
Oh, thank you, sir. You are a great detective.
And you, madame, are a good soul. I will miss this train.
Hey, Poirot. Say, have you seen a scruffy little guy in a green trench coat?
I cannot say I have. Why?
He's my next case.
Another case? That was indeed fast.
The detective's gotta eat. You know what I mean.
I have some idea, yes.
Suspected
ま
him
あ食え
best.
る仕事じゃないよな、探偵は。
Not on the Orient Express.
ほんまに。
You wouldn't be interested in teaming up, would you? Some good money in it.
I have had enough of trains for a while, thank you.
Okay, suit yourself. Mr. Poirot, Mr. McQueen here thinks he may know an attorney in the Berkshires who might need a gentleman's gentleman.
He's old school English. I think the clock stopped for him in 1934.
I hope it works out for you, Monsieur Masterman. What about you, Monsieur McQueen?
Well, back to law school for me, following my father's footsteps. We can take the train to St. Pancras, then the Piccadilly line to Heathrow and check out some flights.
Might as well. We're already packed.
I wish you both bonne chance.
Ah, Poirot. Mission accomplished. I have reported to the police that Freya Nielsen killed Ratchet and that she escaped. They're issuing an international arrest warrant. There's a canal that runs alongside the tracks where she jumped from the train. But they say there's little chance she survived. The police have questioned all of the passengers and crew, so for now, they are free to leave.
I gave them the results of my preliminary autopsy, and they have the report from the Venetian authorities. They were arguing about jurisdiction when I left.
Thank you, Doctor. You have been of inestimable help.
A fascinating case. I'm pleased I could assist you.
Mr. Poirot, it seems our paths part here. It was an honor and a pleasure to work with you.
And I am with you, Detective Locke. The case would have been impossible without your tenacity and dedication to finding the truth. You also proved to be an able con artist in Geneva.
You too. Thank you for everything. I'll never forget you.
And I shall always treasure our collaboration.
紳士的な言い方やな。
Well, that's that. I'm hungry. Let's go to the Wagon Rouge restaurant. They make an excellent leg of lamb.
But it's only 5:34 p.m. Is food all you really think about, my friend?
I'm the one inviting you. You've well deserved it.
I warn you, I'm not going to obtain for you a secret recipe this time.
Poirot, they make a chocolate mousse that is so creamy. It must have a secret ingredient in it.
The last recipe came from a murderer.
But it was sublime.
よっしゃー、やっとクリアしました。はい、というところで、何回ぐらい放送した？結構多分配信はしたと思うんですけど、オリエント急行殺人事件、やっと解決に至ることができました。なかなかに長かったね、このゲームも。途中のね、なんかちょっとちっちゃい謎解きだったりとかはもうわからないときはね、ヒントをガンガン使ったりも、お疲れ様でした。結構ね、ガンガン使ったりもしたんですけど、まあちょっと今日クリアしてしまわんと、もう次のね、ゲームもたくさん控えてるので、まあ、先に解決しておきたいなっていう思いもあったんで、
平手打ちのスタさん、おつ。
まあ無事解決に至りましてよかったです。皆さん、お付き合いいただきましてありがとうございました。一応ね、次配信するゲームもね、いくつか候補はあるんですけど、どれがいいんかなっていうのを、まあちょっと悩みながら考えてます。まあ候補ね、とりあえず2つ、3つかな。3つありまして、まあダークソウル2をいただいたんですよ。まあそのダークソウル2をやるっていうのもまあありなんかなと思ったり、または、エルデンリングを購入したりもしたんで、まあ、そのエルデンリングのクリアもいいのかなと思ったり、はたまたちょっと路線を変えて、まあ、龍が如くのね、極み2を、持ってるんで、まあ、それもやってみてもいいかなと。まあ、結構ね、龍が如く2はもう何十回とやってるゲームなんで、まあ、個人的には全然、結末もなんだかんだも分かってるんですけど、極みの方をまだやったことはないので、その隠し要素とかね、そういうのはまあやりたいなとは思ってるんですけど、まあ配信でするほどのことなんかなと思ったらそんなこともないような気もするんで、まあ今んとこ候補としてはエルデンリングが最有力なのかなっていう気はしなくもないですが、まあちょっと謎解き系はね、ちょっとやっぱり、まあ、しばらくはお休みになるんじゃないかなと思っております。はい。まあまあ、いろんなミニゲームも加えながら、ここまでクリアすることができました。長らくね、ご視聴いただきましてありがとうございました。今日も4時間半ですよ、これ。4時間半もね、長い時間。最初から見てくれてた人もそうでない人も、お付き合いいただきましてありがとうございました。まあ今日のところはこんな感じで配信は終わろうかと思います。それでは皆さんお疲れ様でした。
コールマンジェサヤさん、ご視聴ありがとうございました。
ご視聴ありがとうございました。お疲れ様です。なんか流れたで。なんか流れたで、おい。なんやねん。
平手打ちのスタさん、わらわら。
なんて。閉まらんな、ほんまに。
平手打ちのスタさん、閉まらないな。
なあ、ほんまに閉まらんよな。もうあれで終わってくれてたらいいのにな。
It will be enough to settle somewhere in a quiet little town where I will create delicacies for appreciative clients. You won't hear from me again, nor will Boot get any more of my recipes.
フレアさん生きてたんやな。
One last thing. You may not think so, but I truly believe Ratchet and Waddy got their just desserts. Regards, F.
You, mademoiselle, are
い
entirely
きになりすぎるのも
too
良くないな。
You give clues no one could follow, unless they are Hercule Poirot.
はい、ということで終わりです。ご視聴ありがとうございました。お疲れ様です。